the webinar.
For being here this morning, and we will go ahead and call the meeting of the Subcommittee of the Judiciary on the election to order. And I'd like to open us up with a word of prayer, if you would bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to meet, to serve our state and our nation. We ask that you guide our thoughts and our deliberations, and thank you for helping us to arrive at truth. In Christ's name we pray. Amen. Okay, the first item on our agenda, we have a report of the subcommittee which of the prior election and a prior meeting which we held on December the 3rd, and it's in your folders. It has been sent to the members of the committee previously several days ago. You've had a chance to review it, and I don't really think we need to go through it paragraph by paragraph, but I know we've looked at it, and I'm willing to entertain a motion to approve the report. I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously. Okay, now we'll proceed with our order of witnesses that we have, and I would like to begin by calling Kathy Latham. And to the witnesses, we have we're on a time limit. I'm going to ask you to begin by just telling us who you are, where you're from, what your position is, and then if you would get to the point. Okay, and after Ms. Latham, it will have Ann Dover by Zoom call. Is she on? Okay. So, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kathy Latham. I am the underage chair for the caucus for the 80,000 caucus in the Georgia GOP. I'm over 129 counties in the rural counties in Georgia. I'm also the chair for the Coffee County Republican Party.
Okay. Okay, go ahead and tell us what you want us to.
Okay, well, I've been involved with the voting process from the very beginning with Coffee County. We have a very good relationship in our board, Democrats and Republicans. We all want a fair election. I began during this cycle working in the June primary, and from the get-go, we had nothing but problems. The scanners were messed up completely as we were scanning, constantly having to be cleaned. They wouldn't scan. finally, halfway through, even just trying to scan one at a time, we had all kinds of problems. We sent a city cop to a county a couple hours away to go get an emergency scanner in the middle of the night, lights blaring, brought it back and finished the next day with a borrowed scanner. In the meantime, during the time getting ready for the November election, I was in a couple of Zoom calls with the Secretary of State, and I reminded them that we had problems with our scanners. He remembered the problem, and he assured me that we would get a new scanner for our county. Gave it over to Mr. Gabriel Sterling. I was given, promises that we'd get a scanner. During the time frame, we never got a new scanner. So then we get into the November election. We had the election, had the scanning, all of that with the same old scanner that we had to be done in certain batches. But in the meantime, in between the June and the November primary, it was discovered that we could manipulate the ballot. And our supervisor of elections realized that accidentally she clicked and could change a ballot. And I believe that is shown on a YouTube video that you have queued up right now.
Okay, would you like to show that to us?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before you start, your microphone was not on when you told us who you were, and there are people that are listening
Sure.
by live stream. Could you just state that again for
Yes,
us, please?
my name is Kathy Latham.
Okay.
I am the under 80,000 caucus chair for the Georgia GOP. I'm over the 129 rural counties of Georgia. I'm also the chair of the Republican Party for Coffee County.
Okay, thank you. All right.
I
Now
want
let's go ahead.
to adjudicate it right here. This is one that I did right before y'all got here. So we're going to go and say we're going to complete this one just like it is. But if you look, here is a vote that is double voted. It's overvoted. I don't know if when I hit complete, is it going to accept a vote for both candidates? Or is it, since there's a red box around it, is it going to reject it altogether? I don't know. So I'm going to say it's complete. I could also say hide the box. The box went away. There's a check mark. Did it accept the check mark? I don't know. But I'm going to say nothing needs to be changed. Okay?
Does it tell you what it does after you
No, sir.
hit complete?
No, sir. I'm going to say, I want to take it. No, wait just a minute. I want to go and, I think I want to vote for Jason Shaw. They didn't vote that ballot a while ago. There wasn't nothing there. I think we need to vote for him. And I'm going to complete it. Confirm ballot save, move to next ballot. Okay. So it pulls up the next ballot that needs to be adjudicated.
So you made a vote for someone where someone did not vote,
I did, didn't I?
and you're the election supervisor?
I'm the election supervisor. I am the person that sits and does the adjudication. Yes, sir?
Go back to the Trump and Biden race and decide, since both are marked, you just count one of them and not count the other one? Can you decide?
Let's see. Yep, sure can. I think I want to vote for Biden. Let's let Biden win this one.
So what you put supersedes whatever.
Uh-huh.
So you,
But I decided this Al, he don't deserve no votes. Let's not let nobody vote for that. And complete. Okay. Well, here's another one.
That's what we got from our discussion the other day.
I don't think any votes need to vote on this ballot.
Oh, wow.
I think this really needs to be just a blank ballot. Complete.
all right, board, I want y'all to step outside with me. Y'all step out. Shut that door.
Was that it, or is there a little more?
You might be able to, on the video, if you kind of move back a little bit, you can see that they step back so you can see from the small room. In most of your small counties, this adjudication process is happening in a small room. So you can't put people in there to watch, so they have to stand in an observation. So when you're just watching a computer operator doing this, you don't know what they're doing. And so that was the purpose of the rest of the videos, to show
Could you
that.
explain what you mean by an adjudication so that people can understand
Sure.
what we're talking about?
A lot of times ballots have to go through a process where maybe there's an undervote, which means nobody was voted for in a certain category, like maybe nobody voted for president. Or they voted for twice, and which happened in many of the races, especially in that long primary where there were 21 candidates. You'd be surprised how many people voted for 2 and 3 people.
And would that be on the absentee ballot where they're being hand marked?
Yes, sir. And other problems with scanned ballots, too. Anything from the ballot marking machine or from the day of voting, that some of those have to be adjudicated because there may be a stray mark on the ballot and it will pull it up as an image, and you can go in and look at it and manipulate that image.
And so what happens if there's a double vote or there's no vote? Walk
Okay,
through that process.
you
with me.
should, in a county where everything works right, as in Coffee County, you have a Republican, a Democrat, and a neutral person. And usually your neutral person is a board member, and both people look at the ballot and determine voter intent. Now, on the absentee ballot, very easy to see voter intent because those people actually marked the ballot. You can see what they marked. You can see if they crossed something out. The other ballot, which is the scan ballot with a QR code, it's impossible to see voter intent because you're reading a QR code, and I do not have the ability to know what's inside a QR code. And I don't know of anybody who knows what's inside a QR code. Basically, when you vote on a ballot machine and it spits out that paper ballot, it's sort of like autocorrect. Do any of you like your autocorrect on your phone? You know you're texting something to somebody and you send it, and in the process that you send that text, it autocorrected to another word? How do we know that that's not happening in those ballot marking machines? You can't tell what the voter intended. And if you read your ballot on November, I had to put my glasses on, and I have bifocal contacts to read those small words. I don't know how many people actually check their ballot to see what they said and what was on the screen. Is that what printed? So it's hard to determine voter intent on those. But on an absentee ballot or any kind of paper ballot, very easy to determine voter intent. And there was never any problem what a Republican or a Democrat saw. So, and you know, if somebody might emit an X on one, you could tell that they didn't want that one, they wanted the other one. So then you could change it.
Okay, thank you. Senator Tillery?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. I just have one question. Were you a part of the Henry County, Coffee County?
I was part of the entire process.
I was on the voter review panel, so I understand part of this. So,
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for helping the others understand it. What was the hand recount? Or did it match the machine count in Coffee, or do you know?
It was off by, I don't have the exact numbers. I have the printout here and I can look at it and I can tell you what that was for Coffee County. Do you want me to look at that? I have it printed.
We can talk about it later on. I was
Okay.
just wondering because
There was some variance. The big difference came in the recertification when we had to do the recount.
we had
So-
heard something about that, and that's kind of what I thought you might be talking more about. And
I can-
I don't
yes.
understand where the numbers were different, and if the chairman would
Yeah.
indulge on the time, we've heard
Yes.
about that, but I'm not sure that I understand it, and I was just wondering if you
The
could
problem
briefly
was is
explain
they
it.
could never reduplicate what happened on election night, and every time they ran the numbers, they got a different number.
Through the scanner?
Yes, sir.
How
So-
many times did that happen?
5 times. They ran 15,000 ballots 5 times.
And you received 5 different numbers each?
They sure did.
Mr. Chairman, if I can ask another
Yeah.
question. I'm upset, and I know Georgians will be upset if it's one off, so I'm not trying
Yes.
to diminish that at all. Do you know what the range was?
Anywhere from, at one point, I'm trying to remember, I know that at one point Jorgensen had 100 extra votes. The variance was somewhere around 50, going back and forth. But the problem was they could never duplicate it. They couldn't get the same count twice in a row.
Right.
And you should be able to, at least but within one vote.
And none of those machine counts match the actual hand count later on, or do you know?
No, or nor election night results.
Senator Heath?
Ms. Latham, do you know if, when you adjudicate a ballot, does the Dominion system keep a record of that there was a ballot that had this, this is what it looked like before adjudication, and this is what it looked like after adjudication?
I will say I'm not a computer expert, and do I know the Dominion system inside and out? No. However, I've been told there's no record. Our supervisor said she can see no record that she adjudicated X amount of ballots. And I do know that when we did the recount, we came up with one that was odd, and I went, oh, I remember we had to adjudicate. I just happened to remember that one because they wrote Jesus Christ down and misspelled Christ. So I happened to remember that one. And, that was one that came up that was different. But she said she can see no record on her end if there is any record of adjudication.
So far as you know, you can't audit that process. You can't go back and review.
Not
that
from the
process.
county end. Can we see that at all?
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you for making the long trip up here.
Sure.
We appreciate your time.
If I may ask a question.
Yes.
Preston Halliburton, attorney of counsel.
Giuliani legal team, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Kathy, as your attorney in the matter, obviously, we're asserting whistleblower status. There's been issues with other witnesses having been retaliated against after their testimony, so we're taking precautions to protect her in that matter, and I thank the committee for considering that. Ms. Latham, was that 15,000 you talked about, was that ever actually certified?
We were never able to certify those results.
So as we're sitting on election day, those 15,000 votes may or may not have counted, but after election day in the recount, do you have any way of knowing, as we see here today, if those actually counted in Trump's total or Joe Biden?
Nobody's ever shown me that, and I've asked the question, and I got a shoulder shrug. I know that Coffee County certified election night, but we were never able to certify from the recount.
And could you explain to the committee the ratio that you saw of the Trump ballots that, in your opinion, were not going through, whether that be accidental or intentional? Can you explain that process?
Okay, during the recount, I was standing there. There was me, various volunteers throughout the day. As ballots were being scanned, votes would jam up the system. There's a system where it does 4 ballots, and it tells you which ballot to pull and then rescan. As the day went on, the supervisor would pull those 1 ballots that were jamming and stacking them up. At the end of the day, she made the determination to run those entire ballots. They were the QR codes, not the absentee ballots. They were the ones with the QR codes.
And is there any other counties that this happened in where they were concerned about certifying but felt compelled or forced to?
Yes, I was told by many counties that they called, questioned the Secretary of State, and they were told to certify.
Can you tell this committee how many counties that might be?
I talked personally 8 counties, and out of that, 6 said they were forced to certify.
Can you explain what you mean by forced to certify?
One county was 106 votes off, and the Secretary of State's office told them they must certify that number. Another county, which was a small county, was 2.3% off. They were told they had to recertify. Another county was off. They questioned it. The Secretary of State said, upload your stuff, let us look at it. They called them back and said, oh, we found a missing batch. And then they magically matched. That's what I was told. I have copies of the emails later on, whatever you need. And those people were willing to do an affidavit.
Can you tell us what steps the Secretary of State took when they came down to Coffee County?
When they came to Coffee County, they came down on a Friday. They told them that Thursday, I believe, it may have been late Wednesday that they were coming. 3 people from the Secretary of State showed up with guns and badges and handcuffs, and 2 Dominion Tech reps. They came with the intent of intimidation. Luckily, the county attorney stayed with the supervisor so that she wasn't by herself. And basically, He said, you want a recount? We'll do a recount. There were no Democrats, no Republicans there to watch this recount. And the attorney called to an area private school, got a group of sophomores. They sat there and divided the ballots into 100-count batches, and they proceeded to scan them, and they wouldn't scan. The Dominion Tech ran into the problems that Coffee County ran into. The Dominion Tech sat on the floor for 2 hours with a manual trying to figure out why they couldn't get the machines to do what they needed to do.
And Kathy, was the Secretary of State responsive or helpful during this process?
No, sir. In fact, I even personally texted him at times when we needed help. He would say he was on it, and we never got a response. I had emails sent to Mr. Sterling. He would say, I'm on it, and we would get no response.
I think that's concluded testimony. Yeah.
Did Senator Jones, we'll need,
Real quick, thank you for being here today. Was Coffee County, a lot of the counties that I represent had IT or techs that were contracted through Dominion to serve.
Senator Jones, you might need to speak directly into the mic because they can't hear online if we don't.
To serve the local counties. Did Coffee County have a technician on site, a
Yes,
Dominion
sir.
technician on site?
He had many problems. He didn't know that he was supposed to clean the machine after X amount of scans. He had never been told.
So when y'all were doing what we just watched on video, was the technician around to try to
No, not
assist
during
or
that.
anything?
Not during that point, no.
But you saw, I'm sure you pointed out that issue to him or her at some point in time.
Yes.
and
In
they
fact, the
still
Secretary of State was sent a letter telling them about what they could do with the ballot.
couldn't. And those technicians were provided by the Secretary of State's
From what I
office?
understand, yes, they are hired.
They were hired.
They're Dominion
they're
techs. yes,
Contractors through
contractors.
Dominion and paid by way of the Secretary of State's office.
I'd love to know how they're being paid. That's a lot of people. Tech per county, and in some counties, a lot of techs. So that's a lot of people.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, now is Ann Dover on the Zoom call?
We are not sure if this is her, because it just says Zoom user. So,
Are you able to? Not yet. Okay, we will move on to John Cochran.
I'm here.
Is that her? Okay, we have her. Thank you for coming so far.
You're
We
welcome.
appreciate your time.
just by audio.
Okay. Yeah, just about 5 minutes. What's that number? Okay, now we have Ann Dover on audio. Ms. Dover, would you tell us your name and just very quickly what you would, what your position is, what you observe, and what you'd like the committee to know?
Yes, I am Ann Dover. I'm the interim director for Cherokee County Elections Office. I mainly want to speak to the ENET system. That's the system that we use for registering voters, list maintenance, checking in ballots, things like that. We have seen two issues with the ENET system. First, the absentee ballot portal. We have had people receive ballots that aren't their ballots. For instance, the first one we discovered was a Cherokee County voter received a ballot was sent to a DeKalb County address that was not their address. We've had about, I would say, 18 of these that happened. There's just a problem with the portal that when someone goes in and enters their information, for some reason, it is putting a random address that does not belong to that voter in the mailing address. The Secretary of State's office has been made aware of this. I do not know for certain that it happened in November, but I do feel like after looking back at some things that this could have happened in November where people had requested ballots and they were sent to the wrong address. The one that I got yesterday, the ballot had been requested on the portal December the 1st. I just got notified by the state yesterday to resend that ballot. So there's very slim chance that that ballot is actually going to get to the voter in time. There's been several of those. Then the other problem we're having is really kind of hard to explain without seeing it. When we have an absentee ballot by mail. There is a barcode on the label where we scan that ballot back in. We check it in using a barcode scanner and that barcode. We have discovered that when you scan the label, sometimes it will scan a different voter in. You'll actually be checking in one person's ballot, but it populates
We lost her.
another person's name.
Okay.
Hello?
You broke up. Could you repeat what you
Can
said?
y'all hear me?
Now we can.
Okay. Okay, the first time that this happened was on December 1st. We checked in a ballot and then we could not find the ballot. We spent days trying to find it. We've never lost the ballot and we thought we had lost it. Then on December 14th, we are getting ballots out of our ballot box and suddenly the ballot appears. That was proof to us that when we had checked in someone's ballot, that it had actually pulled up someone else's information. Is that making sense?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So we started getting error messages and we kept discovering that those kinds of things were happening. So I reported it to the state. Gabe Sterling said, oh, it's just y'all's scanner. It's just y'all's labels. I said, I'm not taking that for an answer because we've been using the same scanners and the same labels for years. Please, somebody look into this. So a few days went by and they were still trying to blame it on the scanners and we were still seeing errors. I'd have screenshots, pictures, lists of all the errors that we were seeing. So I called our liaison, told them about this again, and they got on a Zoom call with us because the state could not recreate what was happening. And I said, well, it's still happening. And we got on the Zoom call, and of course, we couldn't recreate it during the Zoom call. Then a few days later, it's probably about a week later, I got a phone call from our liaison. She wanted to know if we could see any difference if the errors had stopped. And so I went to ask the girls in the office that were handling that, and they said, yeah, we're not seeing the errors anymore. So I thought, okay, well, they did find something and they did fix something. I'm still a little bit concerned about the system because I do feel like we have issues with it because we are still seeing the portal issue, not so much seeing the barcode scanning issue. I just don't have a lot of confidence in that the portal is 100% right and that the scanning in the ballots, the absentee ballots is correct.
Thank you, Ms. Dover. We appreciate your time. In the interest of time, I'm going to move on to the next witness. That's right. I need to recognize Senator Rhett. He wanted to make a motion on the vote, make a statement on his vote, and I'll recognize that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. Before the record, I just wanted to let it be known that I did not accept the majority report of the committee on December 3rd during their hearing.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Rhett, and the record will go ahead.
I'm sorry, you go ahead.
I just said we'll let the record reflect that you voted nay.
And just a little clarity on point of order. I noticed the gentleman representing Giuliani's office was questioning a witness. Are they allowed to, witnesses allowed to question witnesses, or?
I will allow some people to ask some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
But in the interest of time, we're going to try to move quickly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
John Cochran. Here he is, Mr. John Cochran. Okay, Mr. Cochran, if you would state your name, give us a little background, and then if you'll work to get to what you want us to know.
John Cochran. Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of this subcommittee, thank you for your time today, and thank you also for the continuation of your subcommittee hearings that began on December 3rd, as well as the report of those initial hearings issued on December 17th. Thank you for that. My testimony today will center around my experience as an observer and monitor during 3 days when I witnessed the data collection and reporting of the presidential race vote totals that were extracted from 410,000 ballots in Gwinnett County during the statewide risk limiting audit conducted last month. I'm here today to describe what I saw as well as what I did not see, but I expected to see. Before I present specific details, I should state my credentials as they relate to my testimony today. I'm an automation engineer with extensive experience in data validation. Throughout my career focus in a variety of industries, I've spent many hours, months, and even years involved with the collection, analysis, auditing, and validation of all sorts of data in many settings, from DOE nuclear weapons facilities and regulated pharmaceutical industries. Early in my career, I designed industrial security systems and coordinated installation of threat detection and deterrent systems in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and the Savannah River site in South Carolina. These systems were deployed to protect access to and custody of plutonium and other nuclear weapons materials. Most recently, I spent 2 years on site in Social Circle, Georgia, at a $2 billion Baxter and now Takeda pharmaceutical production facility, where I authored written protocols, which are procedures and quality procedures and help validate the proper functionality of process control systems, networks, and related production equipments per strict FDA guidelines for such validation. Typical data I've collected and or scrutinized during my career has been as simple as material inventory counts and as sophisticated as complex software code used in the production of products in regulated industries. I've authored and executed hundreds of documents related to the validation of manufacturing process systems and equipment. And as you know, there's a variety of documents and software applications that are created and executed to track the production, inventory, quality, storage, and handling records for many valuable substances and items in American factories and businesses. One such valuable item is a voter's ballot. Such documents and protocols would be expected to be found in the recent election and hopefully in the upcoming election. After the November election, I saw very little evidence of such documentation. My election monitoring activities transpired over 3 days, where I was present for a total of 20 hours on November 14th, 16th, 17th in Gwinnett County. Because of my 35-year involvement in such data analyses, I was keenly focused on the data collection process during the purported risk limiting audit. A very detail of my experiences in Gwinnett is contained in my affidavit. It contains specific observations and conversations with election officials and hired consultant who is most familiar with the Arlo system, which is the risk limiting audit software. What follows are key facts that I observed and discovered during and subsequent to the purported risk limiting audit. The Arlo software was used to tally 5 million votes in Georgia. Supposedly, it was used in each of the 159 counties. Prior to the November 3rd election, the Arlo software had never been used in Georgia before. We had no experience with it. The Arlo system is purported to be an independent auditing system that was used to compare manual vote counts to the Dominion system count in Georgia. The Arlo system is owned by Voting Works, a nonprofit company of approximately 10 employees based in California that is primarily funded and sanctioned by DHS and CISA. Former director of CISA, Chris Krebs, described the Arlo software in a November 2019 article 1 year before the election. At a time when we know foreign actors are attempting to interfere and cast doubt on our democratic process, it's incredibly important elections are secure, resilient, and transparent. For years, we have promoted the value of auditability in election security. It was a natural extension to support this Arlo open source auditing tool for use by election officials and vendors alike. Voting Works founder Ben Adida stated in the same article, CISA helped fund the engineering development of Arlo to ensure it was free and open source. Free meaning no cost, open source meaning easily accessible by a coder to see how the code works. In addition to the software, CISA's organization will be offering states, this was a year ago, low-cost hosting and support options, as well as training on how to customize the software for their specific election process. It would be nice to know how much Georgia taxpayer dollars were spent on this free system and its consultants. In addition to Georgia, the Arlo software has been deployed in other states. Pending audits are being considered or had been considered for Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Missouri, Virginia, California, Colorado, Rhode Island, and Ohio. I should note that all the states that will use Arlo may not use it the way Georgia used it. Georgia used it to do a 100% audit of 5 million votes. The most standard way to use Arlo is to take a random sampling and test to see if the votes show that the statistically relevant number of ballots did or did not deviate from the final margin. So they're just looking at margins as they test the random ballots. I have, in my written statement, I have links to the sources for these states that are considering using Arlo or did use Arlo. The Arlo software is an internet cloud-based web application. There is no need for local servers. The tallying computers contain the Arlo client software, which is a small piece of software that is phoning home to the mothership. And it's connected to the internet via local wireless network. Each tallying table in Gwinnett County contained one laptop and 2 election workers who would enter data into the Arlo application. From what I could see from 6 feet away, that there were 2 people sitting side by side, entering data and verifying the data from batch tally sheets. They entered into the database form the batch ID, the vote count for Trump, the count for Biden and Jorgensen, and then the total. Individual batch tally sheets had contained handwritten ballot totals recorded onto a standard paper form earlier by election workers who were actually counting the physical ballots, a stack at a time, an average of 100 ballots per sheet. Sheets were signed by election workers who had previously counted them at separate tables. At peak times, there were approximately 50 laptops on the counting floor. At least one Post-it note was seen on an election worker's table containing the wireless password for the 50 computers to connect to a local network used to transfer Arlo data via internet to the Secretary of State's office. I asked a visiting consultant at the Gwinnett site, who was very familiar with Arlo and was obviously responsible for the training of the workers there, about the location of a local Arlo server and if local backup tallies were being kept. She responded that there were no central collection server computer or local tallying application located in Gwinnett County or any other county in the state as far as she was aware.
So wait a minute, let me stop you right there. Are you saying that there was that information that was put into the Arlo system was not kept locally?
That's correct.
And it was sent to the cloud?
5 million of them.
Okay, thank you.
As far as she was aware, no such counts of independent data or their existence were being kept. For each county to obtain final Arlo results, the state would notify them of their total. This is referred to as a top-down auditing process, and it's not a preferred method of formalized validation, which deploys a bottom-up approach. The numbers from the bottom challenge the numbers at the top, not the numbers at the top tell the bottom what they counted. That's just backwards. I provided detailed information in my affidavit of the Arlo system regarding the open source aspects of it that, while transparent, also make it vulnerable, especially since the code that is used to execute can be seen and analyzed by outside sources. Furthermore, a cloud-based web app can easily be intercepted by those in the know, especially anyone who contains a network password. Lastly, my affidavit shows actual code available in the public domain and linked to by the VotingWorks webpage. There is at least one code example that has been on the reference site for over 8 months that can be used to hack Arlo applications. The code example includes detailed coder's notes that describes how to detect a hack attempt, but more alarmingly, how to actually grant administrative access to any user who turns that access on and off by simply setting a programming variable. Many of you are aware that the Arlo audit that was deployed at the request of the governor's office was used to collect and tally presidential vote information from approximately 5 million, or 100% of the ballots cast in 159 counties in Georgia. I have repeatedly referred to the Arlo tally as a purported audit because I personally do not believe that a bona fide audit was actually performed. A true audit would have collected additional validation data in the form of independent backup data from the 159 counties. If such an independent check of all the collected data was actually performed and has not been reported by the Secretary of State's office to the public as far as I'm aware. And I've looked all over his site for all of the files, and I've analyzed a lot of data sheets, and I've not seen any independent count of Arlo data or challenging of the Arlo data by an independent source of data. Hopefully, this backup data still exists in the form of the paper ballots that were being entered electronically. There's a piece of paper out there. There's in the state of in Gwinnett County, there's probably 4,000 of those sheets of paper, and across the state, there's probably 50,000 of those sheets, so if everybody followed the same procedure. According to Georgia's local government records retention schedules, LG 07056, on recount records, all records related to recounting or recanvassing of the votes cast in an election shall be retained for 2 years. So Georgians and their elected and appointed officials have 23 months, if so compelled, to perform a more formalized actual validation of the presidential race vote count, using batch sheet records that must be maintained in each county as required by law. I contend that such an audit can be conducted in a far less intensive data validation process compared to counting every vote again. For your committee's considerations, I have provided a suggested procedure appended to the end of my written statement describing a simple validation process for the Arlo data. Finally, these questions should be asked and answered regarding the Arlo central database and server application. Is there a record of who actually performed the final tally at the Secretary of State's office using the central server's cloud application? Were any of these central server administrators connected to Dominion as employees or consultants? Were there any electronic connections to Dominion systems or Dominion data in any way during the Arlo audit counts? Were the Arlo server administrators comprised of properly trained elections officials who were employees of the state of Georgia or appointees? Were any Arlo server administrators outside consultants whose names and credentials can be shared with the public? What was the process of collecting the Arlo data at the Secretary of State level? Was that process witnessed by Democratic and Republican monitors? Senators, after the most recent November 3rd election, scarce few of the aforementioned validation type records or documents have been shared with the public, and they may not even exist at all. The web-based, potentially vulnerable, centrally tallied, and possibly compromised Arlo system was used and might be used again in January to provide an unvalidated audit of the Dominion vote count. I implore you to ask the Secretary of State to provide proof that there were no attempts to hack or manipulate the Arlo vote totals in each county or at the state's server. Suggested examples of electronic file and software validation methods are also described and have been included at the end of my written statement. If such measures have already been performed, these records should be shared with the public. In conclusion, I and many other Georgia voters are concerned about the lack of transparency regarding the Arlo audit. This concern can easily be alleviated by auditing the audit using proven validation methods for software systems. Finally, as a citizen of the United States and a resident of the state of Georgia and a property-owning taxpayer in the county of Gwinnett, I and other voting Americans applaud your efforts to uncover and address the anomalies associated with the November 3rd election. We are also watching with vested interest to see if any of your findings or recommendations will actually be implemented in the collection of, reporting of, auditing of, and finally validation of and certification of the upcoming January Senate race. The eyes of the nation and the world are focused on Georgia's ability to conduct a fair and transparent election. Thank you again for your diligent efforts to take what was and is still being learned, and to the extent possible, applying those lessons learned to restore the public's trust in accurate results of the Senate runoff next week. These same sentiments apply for future elections in the great state of Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Cochran.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. We've got to move on, so I'm not going to take any questions here. I'm going to ask Ms. Marcy McCarthy. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. And we need to make sure that I have a copy of the affidavit that you were referring to, please.
A little taller. Good morning, everybody. I'm Marcy McCarthy, and I'm a successful businesswoman in the cybersecurity industry. I was also elected as a 2020 national delegate for the Republican National Convention. In 2020, I served on the voter review panels known as VRPs, representing the DeKalb GOP during the presidential primary in June, the August runoffs, and the general special elections in November. Today, I'm going to share with you how the processes and controls were either altered and removed entirely for the general special elections that were in place in the June presidential primary and in the August runoffs, which caused several irregularities and inconsistencies within the VRPs in DeKalb County. Specifically, the role and the composition of the VRP changed from a two-person bipartisan panel to a four-person non-objective panel, which resulted in two pairs of VRPs operating independently for each other, for 5 days during the adjudication process. I will also share with you how, when adjudicating ballots via scanned images on the computer workstations, there are absolutely no system or physical controls. There's no audit capabilities either to protect the integrity of the ballot as it is originally cast. We also could not protect the changes that we were making to the general election sections of the ballot. Additionally, computer IDs were shared amongst election personnel on the workstations that we were assigned to for the ballot adjudication process by the VRP. This made it absolutely impossible to track what work was done and who made this work. The duplication of the absentee ballots and the military ballots did not have witnesses as required by Georgia Election Code. Unlike the summer elections, the duplication ballots...
Wait a minute, let me stop you right there. I want to catch that. So if there's an adjudication of an absentee ballot, does that require you to create a new ballot?
Through the system.
Through the system.
On the scanner.
On
so
the
you're
scanner.
modifying the original ballot, and then if you can't complete the voter review panels, because there were two separate entities to them, we had a Republican and a Democrat and a nonpartisan component. We were instructed to only do any type of adjudication to the general components of the ballot. The nonpartisan component or the nonpartisan VRP was asked to do the special election components as well as the constitutional questions on the ballot. So we had no oversight whatsoever in terms of bipartisan for the special election components of the ballot.
Okay, all right.
And they could undo our work, but I'm going to get into that in just a few minutes. But did you have additional questions, Senator?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So these ballot duplications in the November election were done by DeKalb County Election Office personnel in a separate location and time frame that were outside the oversight of any VRPs. It is also my understanding that the duplication of the ballots in January's runoff election will be facilitated in the same manner. Because there's no checks and balances in the absentee ballot authentication process, human error caused 2 voters in DeKalb County to be disenfranchised that was unbeknownst to them, as their absentee ballots were cast from a primary election and the outer and inner envelopes had already been separated. There's also an inherent bias in the VRP once working as a single body. So let me explain a little bit to you about the VRP, the Voter Review Panel. As we heard earlier, it is to determine the voter's intent and is to be done so in a bipartisan manner. During the combined presidential primary and the runoff elections, the VRP was comprised of a Republican and a Democrat, and it was truly bipartisan. However, the general special election VRP was comprised of 4 people, a Republican, a Democrat, and 2 nonpartisans. These nonpartisans were represented by the League of Women Voters, which claims that they don't support or oppose candidates, but absolutely support a variety of progressive public policy positions lining with the Democrat Party. So in practice, the VRP composition during the general special election was comprised of 1 Republican and 3 de facto Democrats. Although the Georgia Secretary of State's office authorized a start date of October 19th, 2020, the VRP panels in DeKalb County did not commence their work until October 28th, 2020. For 5 days, the Republican and the Democrat participating in the bipartisan portion of the VRP only adjudicated the general election components of the ballot and put over 800 absentee ballots into a system quarantine mode for the nonpartisan VRP to adjudicate the special Senate election, constitutional amendments, and other questions on the ballot. These 800 plus ballots were adjudicated separately with no partisan oversight and done via an honor system. This was done to expedite the workflow of the VRPs due to the high volume of absentee ballots, a delayed start, and there was only 1 pair of nonpartisan VRPs for 5 to 7 pairs of bipartisan VRPs. What I really found troubling is that because the nonpartisan VRPs were operating independently for 5 days, and the most common error in the special Senate election race was an overvote of all 5 Democrat candidates, there was an untethered opportunity to award that overvote to Raphael Warnock, as there would be no audit trail that showed any modifications, who made that change, and when the changes were made. Additionally, the computers, as I mentioned earlier, to review the ballots were signed into by DeKalb County election office workers who seemingly shared the same user ID, and they could be logging on to multiple workstations at the same time. So we had no controls. There was no way to track who actually logged onto these computers, who used them, what time, when the work was performed, and how long the work was being done. Whether intentional or plain incompetent, this effectively made it impossible to audit the work of these individuals, to detect fraud, and adhere to Georgia's election code. During the entire time of the November election, there was a significant difference in the duplication process of the absentee, military, and UCAVA ballots from the presidential primary and runoff elections, in that the duplication of it was performed by an unsupervised election workers and not by a VRP. In the summer elections, the VRP duplicated the absentee, military, and UCAVA ballots that could not be read by the scanners. And it is really important to note that in Georgia, military ballots cannot be read by our state-of-the-art scanners. In the November election, DeKalb County Elections Office accepted 1,878 military ballots out of 2,500 that were initiated. To elaborate on the duplication of a ballot and what was done in earlier elections but was not done in the November election, is that one VRP would read the contents of the original ballot while the other VRP would duplicate to a clean ballot with a special black marker that could easily be read by these scanners. When we swapped the ballots, called out the contents of the original ballot, and then we would audit that against the new ballot. The work was very labor-intensive and time-consuming, but it was overseen by a DeKalb County election supervisor, and it was bipartisan. As a result of the election workers performing the duplication of the ballots in the November election, and the fact that they were only sending us to the VRP the absentee ballots that they determined to be clearly duplicated due to the errors that they found, they were essentially serving as a de facto VRP by duplicating and performing an initial ballot adjudication of the absentee ballot during the November election. It is my understanding, again, that the elections office personnel will be duplicating ballots without any oversight in the January runoff elections. My final area of concern is twofold, in that there are no checks and balances in the absentee ballot authentication process, and there's no defined escalation procedure. In that, if there's not a unanimous decision, because there's no creation of a vote review panel, which is also outlined in our state election code. Rather, that role was done on an ad hoc basis by the seat of their pants, and an election office supervisor did it. During my VRP on November 3rd, 2020, from 12 to 2 p.m., the VRP was asked to review a pile of paper absentee ballots, only to be stunned to find a presidential primary ballot included within the general special election absentee ballots. The ballot was put aside as we awaited for an election supervisor to tell us what to do. This was a Republican ballot voting for Donald J. Trump at the top of the ticket. We came across a second one a short while later, also from the presidential primary, and this time it was for Vice President Joe Biden at the top of the ticket. The election supervisor was also unsure on how to discover or handle these absentee ballots from an election that already occurred. So after a short period of time, she returned and said that the aforementioned absentee ballots were deemed to be valid during the opening and processing stage. As the envelopes, though, were no longer affiliated with the two absentee ballots, they had to be spoiled and disqualified. After asking some additional questions, we learned that this was a common error where a voter confuses the absentee ballots. This error should have been caught by the election office personnel at the time of the opening and validation of the absentee ballot, where the voter could be contacted to cast a ballot in the correct election, which was the general special election. Furthermore, these two ballots should not have been put forth to a VRP, as we're instructed to assume that these absentee ballots are legal ballots. Consequently, two DeKalb County voters had their absentee ballots accepted, but were ultimately disenfranchised. This situation has actually troubled me in the past month or so since our election occurred, because there was no way for us to honor a voter's intent. And since I've often wondered, since this happened, how many other Georgia voters unknowingly had their votes suppressed because of these mistakes, but logged into the MVP system only to see that their vote had been cast. My final area of concern was on November 4, 2020, during my 12 to 4 p.m. shift, where the VRP was asked to review a set of paper ballots. Now the 4-person VRP was working in sync, and we came across a ballot that had gotten wet and the ink had run. After a careful inspection of the ballot, the one Democrat, 2 nonpartisans, and myself were in disagreement around the voter's intent. 3 were favoring a vote for Raphael Warnock, and 1 was against. As the sole Republican, I was outnumbered. Due to my strong dissent of this decision, we sought the advice and knowledge of an election officer supervisor to determine the correct resolution on how to handle the vote or how it could be escalated. Once again, acting as the de facto chief voter review panelist, the supervisor ruled in favor of Raphael Warnock, siding with the de facto Democrat VRPs. The process was, again, on the fly, and the only thing that we were able to do at this point was fill out the green exception form that outlines the instructions for the VRP, for the ballot duplicators, now the election workers. It was tossed in a pile and later scanned, assumingly, in a pile. In conclusion, my testimony demonstrates that there is not a bipartisan VRP in DeKalb County that took place in the November elections. And furthermore, it is evident from my firsthand account from serving as the VRP representing the Republicans that there's a significant bias towards Democrats. Combine this with the dereliction of duties and inadequate communications, DeKalb election officials and the DeKalb Board of Elections have failed to deliver a transparent election. As a cybersecurity professional, I'm appalled at the lack of system and physical controls that are not in place protecting our most sacred right of being able to vote as an American. I believe that if an audit were to be performed on the DeKalb County Review Panel adjudication process, it would receive an F, as it failed to advocate and protect the voters' intent. As Georgians, and more importantly as Americans, we can and should be doing better to protect our election integrity and restore our faith in our elections. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McCarthy. Thank you. Now we'll move on to Mr. Jovan Pulitzer.
How's this connect?
You need to show something. He needs to connect to the.
PowerPoint?
Yeah, do you want my laptop or?
We can't connect the laptop. It needs to be on a jump drive.
I emailed it earlier. Would you like to save it off of this to a thumb drive and you can use it? There's 3 doc PDFs.
I've never received the email, but I can.
Who did you email?
I'm sorry, I'm just not familiar with who you are, but there's 3 PDFs here. You can just save these 3 PDFs and I'm using them in that order.
We got a thumb drive here. Bob Polson has one.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break while you do that?
Sure.
And we'll reconvene in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
and get started.
Garland. And then we have Santa Claus. I just have him grab them. Is that okay?
Okay, let's see if we could close that door. All right, if you would, Mr. Pulitzer, state your name and a little bit about yourself. And
Certainly.
let us know what you want to
Jovan, Jovan Hutton Pulitzer. I am an inventor and pattern recognition expert. I'm also part of the Gold Institute of International Strategy out of Washington, D.C. So to understand what I'm going to talk about today, even though I'm a technology guy, my goal is to make it really simple, really obvious. I'm not going to be talking about codes on machines, how things are swapped, server overseas. I'm just going to show you the simple basis of what possibly went on, but most importantly, how this is fixed, how it's detected, fixed, and will never happen again. And that basically is based on my technology background for over the last 30 years. Just so you have a little basis in it, the fact that your phone now can scan a barcode in any grocery store or any kind of code, or in fact, you hear Q codes here today, any type of machine-readable code as it talks to the internet, that's my technology. It's a basis of my patent portfolio of about 200 patents on that particular one. My patents are so prolific in licensing that every manufacturer in the world basically licenses my patents to use on any mobile device except one, Huawei out of China. They don't license it, they just use it. And I'm on approximately about 12 billion devices globally. And that's what I'm going to be talking about today, keeping it simple. What could have happened here? How can it be detected and confirmed? And then how can this whole be plugged from now on? Because this is about vote verification. It's 3 Ps that I'm going to deal with today. First, the people. Second, paper. And 3, protection. That's all this is about. So if we'll go on the next slide, if you just roll up for me, I want to kind of show you what I'm talking about when I talk about kinematic artifacts. Kinematic is just a nerdy word for evidence on paper. When 2 physical forces come together, right, and a paper's bent, there's always going to be an example of that. All of us have dealt with this. Machines have very hard, strict rules. You can go to the bank. You can use your debit card. If you put in your PIN wrong, it kicks it back. It keeps asking you, no, correct this, no, correct this. Now, you know your money's there. But if you enter your PIN wrong, it won't work. Same thing with your password for your email. So machines have very, very hard rules. A lot of those rules are also in the physical world. So before anything became a rule of a machine, it became a rule in the physical world. That means somebody's hand put it in. In this case, it's paper. What I'm going to be talking about is kinematic artifacts. That's the fold that's left over. You take a brand new dollar bill and you fold it. That fold will always be there. Go to a coin machine and a snack machine, trying to get a snack out of it, and put in your dollar bill and it kicks it back. It's the machine saying, something's not right about this dollar. It's broken, it's messed up, the color's not right. We have all experienced this before. What I'm going to be talking about is kinematic artifacts. If we'll move on to the next PDF, please. I'm going to show you how my process of our team, what we're going to do, and if we can enlarge that, that'd be great, is we can detect what I'm calling the counterfeit. There is nothing new that I'm going to be sharing with you today. This is how counterfeit bills are detected. This is how counterfeit art is detected. This has already been adjudicated. It's not new science. It's just never been applied to these very important things in our process. It's about the people. The people want confidence that their vote matters, period. I personally do not care how this comes down, but I do care about the vote being counted and the vote mattering. Whatever our system can detect, and that's what we're here to do, is offer something that can remedy this immediately, the numbers will speak for themselves. The people need that confidence. We need to give the people of Georgia, that confidence. But this is not about Georgia. The United States is watching. And this is also not about the United States. The entire world is watching this process. You know, people come, when I was coming in here to Georgia last night, yes, sir.
Mr. Coulter, let me ask you a question. You talk about counterfeit. If we were able to get our hands on those.
Senator Beach, can you speak into the microphone so
sorry.
people can hear you?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Is it
sir.
on? Okay. Mr. Pulitzer, thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
If you were able to take counterfeit, if you were able to get your hands on the State Farm Arena absentee, on the ballots that were run between 10:30 and 1:30 in the morning, would you be able to tell if they were folded, and would you be able to tell if they were counterfeit?
We would be able to tell if they were folded, if they were counterfeit, whether they were filled out by a human hand, whether they were printed by a machine, whether they were batch fed continually over and over. We can detect every bit of that.
Thank you.
Certainly. And so coming here last night, I drove in, the driver from Uber, his fellow name was Christopher. He was Nigerian. He came here to start a business. He's been here 5 years. He legally immigrated here. His brother came first, and he's hoping for his next two sisters to come. And his whole goal is to start a tire company because it's about capitalism for him. He says, I want my own business. He was a lecturer on economics in Nigeria. But he came here because he wanted what we had here in the United States and in the state of Georgia. Opportunity, right? But more importantly, if you look at the people that come to this country, it's not just about opportunity and freedoms. They are coming to our country from countries that have one additional thing. They come from countries where their votes don't matter, where their votes mean nothing. And they know here in the United States what we're supposed to stand for is votes matter. Your voice, one voice matter. And so that little bitty piece of paper that we're all talking about here at the ballot, it got chosen too. It was a generic piece of paper, and one day it comes out in a system, it's a ballot. However, when that ballot is filled in by a voter, it becomes a historical artifact. It is what changes that very simple piece of paper into something that can change or guide a nation. And so we have to look at these artifacts. We have to look at this documentation of what the one person expressed in their intent. And so we're getting confused in machines. Let's just talk about that piece of paper because it's about voter intent. And if there are problems, if there are issues in machines, if there are counterfeits, everybody wants them detected because at the core of this is each vote must count. Let me show you what a kinematic artifact is. It stands to reason that in an election that comes down to the propensity of a tremendous amount of mail-in ballots, that a very simple process occurred. That piece of paper should have been folded and sent to you at home. A printer prints it out. That printer folds it. It goes into an envelope. It's tracked in the process. United States Post Office sends it out. That is tracked. It comes to your home. You receive it. You open it up. Chances are you didn't vote right then. You kind of put it off a little bit. You opened it 2 or 3 times. You finally got around to it. You put your pen to it. Folded it back, put it in an envelope, and sent it back. That entire process is a folding and rolling process. Every time that piece of paper is opened and refolded, it's like a hinge. Remember, paper is nothing but a reconstituted tree. So it's constantly breaking fibers. It is actually changing that piece of paper into something else that it can never be hidden once it's done. This is what's called a kinematic artifact. So what you're looking at on the screen is just a simple fold. Looking at it through a computer, the things the human eyes can't see. But if you look at this, you can see even the paper on the front side of the fold to the back side of the fold changes frequency. It becomes a whole different level of light frequency. If you look at the bottom, on the left, you're looking at an oval filled out by a machine. The two on the right are by human hands. The first one, that's somebody who fills in a circular motion. Handwriting is the opposite of a rocket. Rockets take off, impact. Handwriting is impact, and then you're filling in that circle, and no matter how creative or non-creative you are, your mind goes, oh, I'm finished with that. But that finish process happens in your brain first, pen second. And so you always start to lighten the load. And so those little bitty light areas you're seeing is the load being lightened by the person's hands. The second one is actually a gel pen. If you look at the one on the left, that's done by a machine. A machine can never hide that it was a machine. Can't. Because the same process of printing the ballot is the same process of printing the vote. Is there another page in this slide? Let's look at these a little bit closer in it. Go on to the next one, please. You can roll them up. So keep on going. So you're looking at 4 forms of human dynamic. First, we want to know where these things mailed. That's the definition of a mail-in ballot. Second, we're supposed to vote for them individually by person in hand. If you have a machine one in there, you didn't cast it by hand. You're looking at the 4 different types. Every pen has a signature. Every ink has a forensic signature. Every hand has a different stroke. You're looking at circular, scribbler, right? Inside out, gel, and Sharpie. Now let's scroll up to the next one, please. Those, other direction. Thank you. Keep on going. Now look at the bottom in the machine. If you're looking at it, you can see the difference between the two. The handwritten one, the ink is over the paper. Look at the bottom one. That's a machine filling in an oval, and that's a machine filling in a scribble. But you can still see through it. You see all the little bitty dots? That's because the machine still prints the same exact way, just a little denser. It can always be detected. And unless the ballots all had original scribbles, that scribble can be detected. Every time that scribble shows up, we find it, we map it, and all of a sudden, if you have 50 of these scribbles, or even if you have 2, you technically have a problem. We'll go to the next part of the slide, next presentation, please. And so, things I'm hearing about that concern me, and this is what concerned me when I looked into this. So I'm the guy that told the world that, hey, that little bitty barcode that means a product can talk to the internet. And so things started to be tracked that way. Everything you see sitting out here on the committee's table that has a barcode can now talk to the internet. That's what I'm responsible for, making the physical world talk to the internet world. What bothers me in this process is to continually hear there is no, when you get adjudication, there's no paper trail, or that's kind of wiped, or you can't tell what the predecessor was. That's disturbing. That's the first rule of forensic audits, and if it was an accountant in a corporation, you'd be fired. If you ran the financials for a public company and the numbers didn't match, and all of a sudden you couldn't adjudicate it and show the records, you'd go to prison. Now, this is as simple as scanning a loaf of bread at a grocery store. When you walk in and buy a loaf of bread and it works off that barcode, that's your vote. You're walking in saying, I want this bread. This is my candidate. You walk up to the cash register. You're handing it to the checker, or you're doing it yourself. That's basically the polling machine. And when that scan happens, it goes, loaf of bread, $2. That's what you expect. That's what you committed to. But if all of a sudden that scan said, sorry, it's a transmission change for your car, you owe us $5,000, you would have a conniption fit. What's sad about this is we're not even performing at standards that we expect out of grocery stores. We're not even performing at standards that you would accept from your online purchase. When you fill that shopping cart, you expect that shopping cart to be exactly what you chose. And if you had a problem with Amazon because they shipped you 20 things you don't need but still charge you, you would be on the phone to Amazon complaining. They would have to audit it, figure it out, and make it right. But we don't do this in elections. We play hide and seek with documents. We don't turn documents over, which are the property of the taxpayer. Federal law states this has to be available for 22 months for audit and inspection. That is a federal law, ratified many times over. But yet somebody can sit and say, no, we don't want to show you. You don't have access to it. That is an issue. All of these issues we can fix if we can get access to the artifact that the voter intended. And what is that? That's the physical ballot. I heard about testimony about Q codes. They wouldn't run in the machine. The one thing that was common that wouldn't run into the machine was what? You heard it, the Q code. And then you heard it had to go through a secondary audit, and it still didn't run for the employee of Dominion. They had to do it over and over and still didn't run. You know what the common denominator is in that? The code. If you go to an ADM, put in the card because you have the card, but put in the wrong pin, what happens? Reject, 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 reject. That paper ballot was reading that code. That code was what was making it fail. It should never occur. Ever. What it was really telling you is, I've seen this before, I've seen this before, I've seen this before, and they're using the code to adjudicate it out. It's a trick in systems commonly used. Let's take a look at some of these things. This is a Fulton County ballot. You can see the voting area of Fulton County on this one. We referred to it as O8L. It narrows down to Roswell, Georgia. These are physical ballots. You know, people got extra ballots. Some people got 5 ballots. Some people got 10 ballots. Tremendous amount of Texans got Georgia ballots. All kinds of interesting things happen, right? If you ever lived in Georgia, even people that moved away 10, 11, 12 years ago, they got ballots to vote in Georgia. So here you're looking at a ballot in Fulton County. This particular county, not according to my data, but according to public data, says 67.7% of the people voted Democrat. I'm just pointing this out so you understand. I use traditional coding, the blue for the Democrat side, the red for the Republican side. Let's take a look at the next ballot, please. This is a ballot for Buckhead, Georgia. This particular one says that 69.2% voted for the Republican Party, right? This one is what we call our ballot. Will you roll back to the first one? Look at the top right corner of that ballot in the block that says Fulton County. Now go to the next ballot. Look at the top right corner right there that says Roswell or Buckhead. Why is there not a tracking code in that ballot? That's the code that makes it cross-checked to the signature. Why is it absent? There are a lot of these inconsistencies in these ballots, and they run along party lines. Next slide, please. So here's the sample. Yes, sir, you have a question?
Yes.
Help me understand something. Can you go back up just a little bit?
If you'll come a little closer to the microphone, I'll hear you. Sorry.
When we're looking at, I'm just watching across Buckhead, Georgia, on your left side, Morgan County. I just want to make sure we're comparing apples and apples. Is there something here that's off with the data? Because it looks like we're talking about Buckhead, Georgia on your left side and Fulton County, which would be the neighborhood of Buckhead on your right side.
I'm actually showing you the two ballots and what they relate to. I don't program that. I don't write that. That's in your servers. That's what your state says. So I am serving you back according to the coding on this ballot right up in the corner of what it says it relates to.
So on the left side, did our servers make the left side of your screen that says politics and voting Buckhead?
The left side is actually the public data you can pull based on neighborhoods and areas, based on the propensity of how they voted
and then
in past elections.
The bottom is Morgan County, Georgia, but we're using the Fulton ballot. So I'm just making sure that
I'm just giving you examples of the general areas, right? So you understand how they break down. This is the only breakdown that's available, right? And when you put in that precinct and that zip code, this is the only information available.
My question is, though, while I support your end premise, I believe, I'm concerned your data may not be the accurate data.
That's awesome, because that's not the data I'm even referring to.
Okay.
Let's get to the ballot and talk about the exact ballot, because here's why. I'm not the webmaster for this. Neither are you. I'm not the webmaster for that. Neither are you. I can throw that off the slide, and we can focus on the ballot instead of what doesn't matter. Here's what matters.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, because I'm afraid that your boxes refer to a different county. So I'm wondering.
I'm referring to the ballot.
Okay.
And if you want to continue to refer to the ballot, I will show you the ballot.
That would
Might I invite you to ignore every footnote that goes with the ballot, only focus on the ballot.
Okay.
Right? Then we'll focus on the same exact thing.
Then we could still be talking. Okay, that's what I was wondering is.
That's all we're talking about. We're only talking about here, Georgia ballots. So if you look at this ballot here, You can confirm on your own what district that comes from. You can see it right underneath there, right?
And have nothing to do with the presentation, the box on the left and the box at the
No, the
bottom.
boxes have to do to give you some reference to what outside sources say about where the ballot area is.
That's not the right ballot area.
I would suggest you submit that to the webmaster that does this for the state. I don't program it. I don't say it. And do me a favor, will you scroll down? No, scroll down. Cover up that bottom. Now, if you look at the screen, let's look at the ballot. Don't get distracted in anything else.
Okay.
That might not even be the right red for the Republican Party or the right blue for the Democrat Party. But let's look at the ballot, may we? In fact, if you'll blow it up so big,
Yeah, that would help.
if you'll just blow it up so big that people who can't connect the dots will get it, let's just look at the ballot, right? This is called simple. Let's go even further. They might get distracted by the left side. There you go. That is so fat and so big you cannot miss we're talking about the ballot. Do you agree? Okay.
I do.
And I'm not going to roll up to the bottom so nobody gets concerned. So let's look at the differences between the two. You see the code in the right?
He's talking about
That barcode?
Okay.
Let's scroll back to the other one. Please be very careful not to show any other data to confuse people. Let's go up. There we go. Keep on going. And now let's look at the right side of the ballot. See that? There's no code there. Okay?
where it would be right there. Okay, that's the point. Okay.
Yeah, so there's no code there. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
Side to side. Okay. I didn't print this ballot. I do not assign the districts. I only look at the ballots. This is what the ballot says. Let's go into the next slide, please. Okay. Again, you can discard the information at the bottom if it confuses you. We have
Sir,
a.
can I
we-
stop you for a
We have a.
second?
Yes.
Do you mind if I show you? It's not confusing. I want to show you what I was saying.
It's not, I'm only talking about the ballot. I got it. I understand completely what you're saying. I'm only talking about the physical ballot. On that, we agree.
Okay, good deal. That's
100%.
I was wanting to make sure that we were on the same.
100%. I think
Okay.
we're all on the same page. So please, let's zoom up so there's no confusion. You have a ballot from a Democrat propensity area on the left. I did not print the ballot, have nothing to do with it. You have a ballot from the same county on the right. I did not print the ballot, I have nothing to do with it. You're only looking at them side by side. Why is the code not there? Now let's go to the next one, please. We'll scroll it up. Okay, that code, I didn't create any of these graphics. These come from third parties. They come from how your state adjudicates these. These come from what are the checksums in the barcode. Basically, that barcode that you see missing up there is what helps adjudicate it. And if you want to zoom it way up to the bottom there, none of these graphics are mine. Keep on going. Keep on going. Keep on going. That's how you verify and adjudicate and tabulate and correlate that code. So we've now established that, wow, that code's not there. Can we go to the next slide, please? Great. Okay, let's get rid of the top so we don't get confused between the icons of the parties. And let's just look at a ballot. We've all been hunting probably or know what hunting is. We look through a scope. There's a crosshair in the center. You put that crosshair on exactly what you want to hit. That's called hitting the target. If you have hunted in your life and you're not lined up on the crosshairs and you're doing a 50-yard shot and you're kind of going to the bottom right, you're going to miss whatever your target is. I have questions about these targets. I have simple questions and forensics. Why is the ballot from one county on the left, why does it have a completely separate code in it than the one on the right? These are actually coded to where they come from. Why should you be able to look at a ballot and know whether it came from a Republican area or a Democratic area? This concerns me. I don't think you should be able to know. Can we look on to the next one, please? So let's use this target here. We'll use top pass first.
Senator Rhett had a question while you're there.
Let's see it? Sure.
I just have a quick question.
Can you speak in the microphone? I'm sorry, I'm unable to hear you.
I'm sorry, I was just wondering if the scanners won't show creases because the images are usually of a very low quality.
No, sir. All the machines scan at 300 DPI, which is the default, which is a standard used in any forensic investigation, right? So they all scan to the same confirmation level. So from San Francisco, California to here, they all have the same exact scan level. It's just inherent to the machine and what they see.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. The things that concern me, the ballot on the left, again, I just color-coded them to make them easy. I'm not saying everybody that lives there is a Democrat, and I'm not saying everybody on the right living there is a Republican. I'm just calling your eyes. I use this as coding so you can see what I'm saying. However, what's really interesting to me is the ballot that goes to the Republican area is printed completely off register. You remember when I told you you feed $1 to the snack machine and it kicks it back? It's because that $'s broken. It's off register. The machine says, I don't recognize this. I don't recognize this. What do you want me to do with it? Now, when it comes to a snack machine, it keeps on spitting the dollar bill out at you until you finally put in one it agrees with. At a PIN for your bank account to access your money, it's put in the right code. In the voting machines, it's saying, adjudicate me, what's going on here? Well, that's just also like a sighting device. You see how far that register is off? It makes the paper talk differently than what the machines trade to look at. Can we roll up a little, please? Yes, sir. I can't hear you very well. I'm so sorry.
Would you agree that the boxes along the left and right side of the ballot create horizontal scanning areas, and the marks along the bottom edge and the top edge create scanning areas? So you have a grid on the paper.
They're like waypoints, like in GPS. It's what tells everything how to communicate.
So
if you'll scroll back to a bigger ballot, please, so we can look at, keep on going backwards. Just keep on going until you, there you go.
There you go.
All those hash marks on the top and bottoms, all of those are sighting, communication, and adjustment devices. Let me give you an example. Long before computers talked with programs, they talked with paper. They punched little holes in paper, and that's what programming. That's what you're looking at. That's the paper basically telling the machines to program itself. Yes.
So the marks along the left hand and the right, the vertical square boxes, they create horizontal lines or regions on the ballot.
It's only an outside adjustment. It does not create a line.
But for scanning purposes, optically, when it gets to a square, to a black box on the vertical edges, it creates a scanning area across the ballot horizontally.
That's not the actual description of what it creates.
I can describe it maybe another way. If you take that ballot right there and you print it out, and you take a straight edge and you draw from the top of the box on the left side to the top of the box on the right side, the bottom of the box on the left side to the bottom of the box on the right side, you create a series of horizontal lines.
You can connect these like a grid. Yes, sir.
And you can do the same from top to bottom.
Correct, sir.
So the width of the box on the left and the right has nothing to do with anything other. The width has nothing to do. It could be 1/8 of an inch wide or 1 inch wide. It still creates 1/8 of an inch wide scanning region across.
Untrue.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying, but the signature of the ink creates something different. You can't, well, here you go. I'll give you a simple test. Take a $1 bill out of your pocket. Take a $5 bill out of your pocket, cut off the 5, put it on the 1, run it through your snack machine out there, see what happens. It's all going to be the same size. It's all going to be the same markers. It's all going to be the same detection things, but that's going to kick it back because the computer must see it exactly. So you can do this own test yourself, right? It has to be exact. We, in the human world, we deal with variables all the time. That's what we're talking about in ballots. Oh, we heard it. Oh, I think that's a vote for this guy. When somebody else says, no, it's a vote for this guy. What you just described was an opinion, a variable. Machines don't operate that way. Machines have hard, absolute fact rules.
Yeah, let me, I know you don't know me. I'm actually an electrical engineer myself and have designed coin and currency processing equipment and dealt with currency scanners, so I know a whole lot about how they work. All I'm saying is all the little ovals on that ballot are lined up in that grid.
Well, are we talking about the ovals or are we talking about the hash marks on the side?
I'm talking about the ovals are lined up with those.
The ovals have an exact location on the paper. We use all of those hash marks, top to bottom, left to right, to find out where that is.
So-
Let's share some common technology or terminology if it helps us communicate here. Number one, regardless to the machine, I don't care about the machine. I don't want to run another ballot through a machine. That's why we're here. So I do not care about how the machine reads it and what you're doing. I care about getting to the physical ballot. So in our world of what we're doing, which you'll understand this as a mechanical engineer, I've now said, I don't care about the machine. So now all those rules went right out the door. What I'm talking about is that piece of paper. What we do is we use those hash marks for something different. And those hash marks for something different are basically what we do when we look at the ballot. So this is the arena with no regard to what it was to do in the machine. We call it the stadium, the arena. Then when you go to the presidential area, we call that the football field. That one happens to be the Super Bowl field, I think we can agree. And you have other ones that are the state and college and local levels. And then all of them have a game ball in play. I have no regard for the smoke and mirrors of how the machines work, the hidden stuff in the code, or how this machine's supposed to be programmed. If the machine worked according to programming, none of us would be standing here. We're here because something broke. And so I'm saying, I don't care about the machine. I don't even care about the code that was written in the machine. What I care about is that physical artifact. And you know what? That physical artifact has material differences from district to district that should not be there. Now, we can all talk about, well, it's scan lines and it's this. You know, as a mechanical engineer, that doesn't create a scan line, period. That's not what creates a scan line. So, bottom line is we have differences in ballots that shouldn't be there. Why are they there? That's why I said earlier, I'm not talking about code, because that's how this process gets derailed. That's how the smoke and mirrors happens and nobody's get to it. Please, let's go to the bottom. So we use that as the stadium, and we have the football field, and we have the ovals. We're only looking for it, and let's keep on going forward. Here's what does matter. You as a mechanical engineer can understand this. There's the sighting device. That is the item that tells the optical eye, technically, although in mechanical engineering speak, it's not a singular eye anymore, but we'll just use that as an example. That's telling the sighting device where to look. You, as a mechanical engineer, knowing forensic, knowing dollars, writing codes, doing whatever, you yourself know that when it doesn't line up, the machine doesn't work the way it's supposed to work. It's the difference between pulling your dollar bill out like this and looking at it, pulling the same dollar bill but doing it cross-eyed. One of them doesn't make sense. One of them doesn't look at the same thing the other thing does. That's why this paper is a piece of code. So, we don't care about the scan lines, we don't care about the resolution, we don't care about any of that. We care about the piece of paper. And if you're looking at the bullseye, can we draw that up and try to keep them both in frame? Just the targets on the bottom. There you go. If we're looking at the bullseye, the very thing that says, hey, look here. Well, the left one's saying, look in my yard, and the right one's saying, look 2 houses over. But you know what? The ovals never moved because they were printed hard. So even as a mechanical engineer or photography or optics or camera, when you expect to take a picture and you hold it at somebody, you're not trying to photograph 2 people over. And this is what it tells the machine to do. This is a problem at the most lowest elementary level. And the number one way it's cloaked, well, we can't see it in the code. We don't know how it's done. Show me the code that does it. Well, that's the code. That's the code. Any printer industry executive, any monetary printing executive, any engineer in the world that deals with printing will tell you this simple fact. If your machine is not calibrated to hit the target, it becomes something else. So if we talk about machines and we talk about code, it is a smoke and mirrors not to deal with what's real and physical. Here's my contention. This is the historical artifact of a voter. And states are telling voters, you have no right to that. The very voter that pays your salary, that paid for that ballot, that paid for that piece of paper, and paid for the machine that you're running it in. And so those people that pay your salary, that you work for and do this for, you're telling them you can't look at them. That is both unacceptable and un-American. What I'm saying is all of these problems you've heard today can be corrected and detected now by the simplest of things. It takes you days or weeks to recount votes. Give me these 500,000 ballots, we'll have them done in 2 hours. How can you complain? What is there to hide with the physical artifact of the human interaction that is putting people in office? That is unacceptable, un-American, and to talk about it any other way is smoke and mirrors, is geek gobbledygook. We want to know if these ballots are authentic or counterfeit. We want to make sure every vote is verified. This is not about President Donald J. Trump or President-elect Joe Biden. This is about, are we still a country where your vote matters? One person, one vote. If you refuse to allow the ballots to be examined, the ballots, not the smoke and mirrors, but the ballots, let the machine look at it, not the voting machine that already messed up. Machines do what you tell them. You just have it look at that and verify the vote. There's only one element that will do that. The historical artifact of the people of the United States of America, and here, the people of the state of Georgia. They trusted you that this was right. They trusted you that your vote would matter. They trusted you, I have a voice and I want my voice counted. That is only that piece of paper. It is unforgivable for somebody to be able to audit something and then the original one disappears. How convenient. You know, if you did it in your company as a mechanical engineer and you had your CPA do it or your financial guy, you'd fire them. And that's just one little bitty company. But yet we accept this as a nation? Unacceptable, un-American. So our technology can answer every bit of these. If you want to roll up, I don't even know if there's any more. So let's look at this. Here's what I have a problem with, is simplest state. This is the county's statement on ballots. Went out on national TV. We had 113,130 votes at the time, and we had to adjudicate 106,000 of them. You know what that's really saying? Your machine didn't work. When the national average for the last elections, 2016, was what? 1.2%. That's an audited number. 1.2% of the total had to be adjudicated. And then you look at 2018, nationally, 2.7%. But yet your own election officials said we had to do this 93.6% of the time. Let me decode that for you. Mr. Mechanical Engineer, your machine doesn't work. Mr. Printer, your ballot's screwed up. Because you took something that should have been transparent and easy and readable and you put an opinion smack dab in the middle of it. How is that acceptable? That's like depositing $100 and your bank says, well, we only see it as $2.33. That's our opinion of it. Would you accept that? Because that's the net effect of this. No, it is unacceptable. And by the way, where everybody talks about batch scanning, which you have on video, people standing there feeding the ballots, doing the 3-card Monty, run them again. 1-card Monty, run them again. Let me tell you how that works, right? You don't go to the bank and deposit $1,000 and say, hand it back. Let me run the same $1,000 through, and now you got a $2,000 net deposit. And you don't say, hand that $1,000 back, let me run it again, and now I got a $3,000 net deposit. We also don't take our $600 stimulus check and feed it to a Dominion machine because we get $187,000 back. Unacceptable. Now, you might be able to accept these, and everybody might try to talk quietly about it and duck their heads in the sand. This is not even a beating of a drum. This is a burning of a city. This is a broadcasting to every person who voted in Georgia. Your vote doesn't matter because we're going to decide what you really meant. So I'm up here saying I don't care what anybody's background is. You know why? It's 100% irrelevant. I only care what that piece of paper tells us. And I'm not going to listen to anybody else. You know why? Because I'm not going to be talked out of the historical artifact that the person expressed. That is the only thing that matters, not your opinion of how these machines work. It doesn't matter at all. That is just an opinion, and we all got one. The fact is the paper. The paper. Verify the vote. Verify the vote. The paper. The paper. I don't care about the councils or committees. I'm sorry. And in case you didn't tell, I'm not going to bow to it. I do care about the American people. I do not care how the vote comes down. I do care that it counts right. I do care that it's authentic. Our country was founded on a piece of paper. Our laws and our word came down to us on paper. And all of a sudden, we're going to hide the paper and we don't get to look at it? Unacceptable. That is the word.
Thank you, Mr. Pulitzer. I've got a lot more witnesses, and I appreciate your, unless there are any questions.
Any
Senator
questions?
Beach?
I think there was a well-coordinated effort with several groups to commit widespread and systemic fraud from out-of-state voters, felons voting, and drop boxes, chain of custody, and now finding out the Dominion machines didn't scan from her testimony. But I think the real fraud, in my opinion, occurred at the State Farm Arena. Did you see that video?
Yes, sir.
I cannot think that there was not fraud there. And I would tell you, my question to you is, if we were able to subpoena those ballots between 10:30 and 1 a.m., would you be able to tell if they were counterfeit or legitimate? And if you were, what probability would you be able to tell that? I mean, what would be the probability of your
This is
findings?
100%, and let me tell you why it's 100%. First off, this is a combination of computer vision. Computer visions are now how your car self-drives, and you trust that. It's how we look at everything on an assembly line, that those tolerances for that jet engine are perfect so that plane does not fall out of the sky. That's all computer vision. Machine learning is looking at these patterns and going, I've seen this. What does it mean? I've seen this. What does it mean? So every time you feed in a ballot, it keeps on learning. And then it uses artificial intelligence. And the artificial intelligence goes, wow, what do all these patterns tell us? That's it. And so on those ballots, you could take a section of every hour of the day and look at them, or you could take that spike. What could we tell? Was this the real ballot? Did you know there is a forensic difference between a ballot that was officially printed and something that ran on a high-speed press that should have never been on a duplicated press? This is why people are screaming to look at the physical ballot, because we will tell you instantly what came out of a mass copier versus what came out of a printer. officially printed. We will tell you, did a human fill this out? Or did a machine fill it out? We will tell you, was it mailed or was it not mailed? It can be checked against spoiled or adjudications. There's still going to be a difference in number. And last but not least, we will tell you, have we seen this number before? Did we see it keep popping back up? We're looking at the wrong things. I suggest every one of you, if you want to understand what we really should be looking at, go into your computer right now and change your clock in your computer to 1900. Watch it shut down and nothing work. And you can't get back in to change the date. This should be looked at with timestamps and dates and the correct portion of code, not the smoke and mirror codes we're being fed. And you will see what got run over and over and over and over again. That is the problem of why we must see the physical ballot is the holy grail. The second one is the digital scan. So yes, sir, all of that can be detected unbiased and exactly just what the forensic science says, the scientific method, not the opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Senator Rhett.
Yes, sir. I was just wondering if the information that you're presenting, is it?
Can you, I'm really sorry. I read
I was
lips.
just-
I have a hearing problem. It's part of why I talk so loud,
I
but
was just wondering if the information you're presenting was based on your personal experience working with election machines?
my experience, this has never been done for election machines before. This is exactly how counterfeit money is detected. The elections machines have always tried to hide the physical ballots so it can't be done. What I've spent the last 24 years in understanding how papers and machine and internet interact. I spent the last 6 years almost understanding the paper reading details at the nano level. I can tell you what paper came from China. I can tell you the person that handled it was a smoker. All of it is detectable with the physical ballot. So yes, 24 years doing this, the last 6 years doing it in the new field of science, looking at it at the nano level. We don't even have to look at color anymore. We look at waveforms and frequencies and lines and curves. But yes, sir, 100% detectable, and this is what my whole career has been about. And it is also why a tremendous amount of the functions on your mobile phone work. You interact with me 8, 9, 10 times a day on your phone. You just didn't know it was this loud guy, right, who has a hearing problem. I'm very sorry, but it's just the way it is, right? It's probably because I grew up the youngest and I had to talk over my older brothers and sisters. It's just kind of the way it goes. But you interact with me and you depend on these things. When you walk into an airport and you no longer present that boarding pass and use that phone, that code's there, and you boop, and you go through, that's me. And you depend on that to get on that plane and make sure they have your reservation. These are simple. These are simple. And in case you can't tell, I can get really technical and deep and geeky, but I try not to because this is simple. Simple.
Well, we're going to need to move on to thank you for
Yes.
your presentation.
Thank you.
I need to move on to Mr. Garland Favorito.
By the way, for the state of Georgia, we'll do this for the people. We'll do it absolutely for free. The moment you let us do it, we'll put it in the system and we will give you the answers you seek.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Favorito.
you. They're getting my presentation up.
Let me just say, if we were kind of running behind, so I need for you to kind of, I know you're going to do quick.
Well, you've heard me before. You know how fast I am.
That's right.
So, and I do want to address Senator Beach's question. We do have a motion to compel Fulton County right now to produce those ballots, but I'll get to that at the end. My name is Garland Favorito. I'm a career IT professional. I have over 40 years of information technology experience. I co-founded the nonpartisan Voter GA, Voters Organized for Trusted Election Results. 16 years ago, we've been leading the election integrity effort here in Georgia ever since. I wanted to take about 30 seconds to tell you how we got here, just to remind you. Last year, the U.S. District Court banned the old DBO DRE system as unconstitutional because it lacked verifiability, auditability, and recount capability. That is exactly what I told the Assistant Secretary and the system evaluators in 2002, 17 years earlier. That ruling last year overturned the Georgia Supreme Court ruling against us in 2009. And last year, the Georgia General Assembly legalized the new unverifiable voting systems that hide the votes in QR codes. The Secretary of State purchased Dominion Democracy Suite 5.5, BMD system for ballot marking device, and then the U.S. District Court found that it does not meet Georgia law just recently in regards to verifiability. So the question you probably want to know is, what were my roles in the 2020 election? Fast forward. I was the State Farm Arena observer. I'm going to walk you through that, and glad to answer any questions about that. I was a Fulton tabulation observer at the warehouse over there. I was an audit monitor. I was a recount monitor. And I also, as my role in the Constitution Party of Georgia as elections director, we coordinated hundreds of volunteers in dozens of counties to monitor the recount and the audit. As a Fulton County tabulation observer, I noticed an abnormal 20,000 vote spike for Joe Biden. I notified the elections director, the board, and the county attorney about that. I made an ORR request, open records results, for the interim results, but never received a response. As an audit monitor, we noticed 3 boxes and stacks on tables of 100% Biden ballots. That is mathematically, if not impossible, it is improbable beyond the nth degree. We also had 4 auditors that detected potentially fraudulent ballots that Javon talked about earlier. These they were not creased from being mailed, they were not marked with writing instruments, and there were differences in ballot stock. I immediately filed an open records request to view those ballots in the custody of the elections department with Fulton County, contacted all the same people at Fulton County again, attorneys, board members, and so on, but my request was ignored. So, I know some of you might be asking, why are we here? Haven't we counted these votes 3 times? Well, the original election results accumulated votes that were hidden in a barcode. That barcode is 100% unverifiable to the voters in the state of Georgia. The recount, according to the State Election Board rule, rescans the barcode, which simply reprints the previous unverifiable results. A recount is meaningless in the state of Georgia, according to SEB rules. You might say, well, we had a full hand count audit, didn't we? And yes, we did, and yes, that would have been a good thing. However, there were 3 fatal flaws in the hand count audit. First one was, in most counties, they did not separate and have a Democrat and Republican sitting at each table. Some counties did it right, most of them, some of them did not. The data upload point, where all the data goes in from those hand counts, was not monitored. In some counties, such as Fulton, they did not want that spot to be monitored. The third problem, which you've heard earlier, and I won't elaborate on from Mr. Cochran, the counties were forced to enter the data into the Secretary of State system. And the Secretary of State told them what the results were from their own audit. The counties, as you heard earlier, have no result totals for their own audit. So elections, which are always reported from the bottom of our precincts to county and state, in this case, the state actually reported the results of the audit top down. That's an issue. Any one of those 3 fatally flawed it. There were lots of other monitor problems I'm not going to go into. The 6-foot distancing restriction basically made monitoring meaningless. You couldn't get close enough to look at a ballot or anything else. In addition, we as Constitution Party of Georgia monitors were refused access in Fulton and Cobb counties, even though we had a qualified write-in candidate on the presidential ticket. We think that's a violation of law. I want to quickly go through the Dominion system anomalies very fast, and I'll close with State Farm, which I think is what you're very interested in. Spalding County had an update according to the elections director, on election eve to the poll books. That update caused nearly a 2-hour delay on election day at Spalding County. The update was not reflected in the audit trail, according to the Secretary of State, which is a problem technically. What was the response to this? Well, our response was, let's do a forensic exam on the no-ink poll books. That would be the obvious thing to do. The Secretary of State attempted to get the elections director, Marcia Ridley, fired. In Coffee County, you've already heard about that. I won't go into that. They ran 3 recounts and obviously erroneous numbers on all 3 recounts. First time they found 39 votes for the same number of ballots. Then the second one, they added 185 ballots and it didn't change the count. The third time they ran it again, still couldn't get it to run. 3 recounts, 5 total counts. The Dominion text you already heard could not solve the problem. The board provided 13 megabytes of documentation to the Georgia House Committee to explain all of this, as Kathy did earlier. So what's the response? Our response was, let's do a forensic exam. Somebody's got to do a forensic exam on the Coffee County server. The Secretary of State decided to open an investigation into the county for the problem that the Dominion machines caused. And now I want to go to Ware County. The system flipped 37 votes from President Trump to former Vice President Biden. That's a fact. I know you've heard that it's not true. I'm going to talk about that. How do we know that that happened? This was discovered by Dr. Earl Martin, a Waycross City Commission candidate. He notified me about this problem, and we got the certified election results from the county. We got the published hand count results for the same number of ballots, and they confirmed 37 votes were in fact shorted from President Trump and added to Joseph Biden, the former vice president, in Ware County, according to the results. And we got that in writing from the elections director of Ware County. I put that in an unrebutted affidavit with the attachments and the possible explanations so that there could be no dispute about that. That's the only unrebutted affidavit for this entire episode that occurred. So what was the response to this one? We suggested there needs to be a forensic exam, and I know even at least one of the senators here attempted to get a forensic exam on this machine. It still has not been done. Instead, the Secretary of State sent a threatening letter to the counties to tell them not to allow forensic exams on Dominion machines. Now, you might have heard the fact check on this that says that this was false. Let me address that. This came from USA Today. They said that this was false. They had my press release. I had my phone number on it. They never called me. They dropped something into a box that we never checked and told us, well, we decided that your press release is false. They never got any facts. They didn't get the affidavit. And I called them up and I told them what they had done wrong, and we had a long conversation about that. They offered to print my rebuttal, and then they didn't print my rebuttal because it was pretty blistering. So the USA Today lied. The fact check is a lie, and my unrebutted affidavit stands as the only thing that was held up in a court of law about Ware County. 37 votes flipped from Trump to Biden. That's a fact, and nobody can dispute that yet in a court of law. And I want to go to State Farm. This is what you... I was there at State Farm Arena, and I know it's hard to understand. I'm not going to go through the chronology because I know you don't have time for that, but I want to just point out to the fact that this room is curved. It's just like this desk. You can't see around the corner. You don't know what's going on. There are multiple violations here of Georgia law, the curvature of the room, the monitor positioning. You were over in a left-hand corner, in the back left-hand corner. You can't see around the corner what's going on in the right-hand corner. There's a skirted table. That's another violation. Hidden ballot bags, stopping and restarting the scanning. I've got the code sections up there. Those are some of the violations of Georgia law, which I'm sure you folks are familiar with. Immediately after those ballots were scanned, within 40 minutes, by the time they got over and tabulated them at the warehouse, the election line feed jumped up with, as you can see in the yellow here, 136,000 votes for Joe Biden appeared after that, 29 for Trump. There's something wrong there. David Cross is going to go into more detail with about that, the line feeds. He's coming up next. So I'm going to skip over that. Now I want to spend some time, though, however, on debunking the debunkers. There's a few questions that we have heard from the Secretary of State's office, a few statements. Did the monitors decide to leave on their own? We've heard this over and over. Well, the video shows the announcement where they cease scanning for the evening. You can see that clearly. Videos don't usually lie. There are 2 affidavits from the monitors that confirm what you see on the video. Those are sworn affidavits. The scanning appears to stop before the monitors leave, and then the monitors return after they find out that the scanning continued. The Secretary of State's office was notified one of those monitors. So the IG claiming that the monitors decided to leave on their own is completely bogus. The manager of the voting system implementation then says that this was normal ballot processing at the State Farm Arena. I beg to differ. The table was skirted to hide ballots. That's a violation of law. The ballots were not processed from the wall as normal. They were hidden under the table. The ballots were already removed from the envelopes. The envelope openers are in the room. Why were they already removed? The ballots were scanned onto memory cards after the monitors left. Another violation of law. We talked about the curvature of the room, but here's the key thing, as Jovan has already said. Multiple scanners, if you watch that video, continually rescanned the same stack of ballots. Now, that could happen if there was a problem, but as you can see from the video, they kept just running them through. They were not interacting with the machine as though there was a problem. They were simply rescanning those same stack of ballots over and over again. So, there was a fact check about this one as well. Lead Stories did a fact check, another false fact check. They claimed that Watson's declaration, she was the IG, was a sworn affidavit. Those of you who know law know that a declaration has no basis in a court of law. It's not a sworn affidavit. And the Inspector General would probably never swear to what she said because she could be held accountable for perjury. So let's look, now that we have gotten through of all of the garbage that's out there and the facts that are not facts, let's look at actually what are the compelling evidence about State Farm Arena. First of all, the video evidence shows that a group of workers illegally scanned thousands of unsealed ballots and tens of thousands. They were hidden under a skirted table. There were 5 scanners. The scanners run about 3,000 ballots an hour, and they scanned for nearly 2 hours. The monitors were told scanning was stopped for the night, but it continued. Facts. 2 affidavits confirm that. The announcement that you saw on the video. There are also 3 media reports out there quoting the Fulton County Communications Director as saying that scanning was going to stop for the night. That's the evidence. Those are the facts. We had 4 affidavits from experienced auditors claiming that they handled fraudulent ballots. The election line feeds shows the huge spike in Biden votes after the scanning. We have 2 affidavits on that. And then we have Fulton County's response to all that. They terminated 2 whistleblowers, one of whom is here today to testify again. You've heard from the other one once. They kept the State Farm Arena personnel that did this on the payroll. And now they are refusing to show us the ballots, as Jovan mentioned. We have filed suit against Fulton County. We just filed it last week, and we want to inspect the ballots. We want a visual inspection of the ballots. We want the forensic exam that Jovan has described, and we want the digital ballot images and the election reports. All of that should be public, but it is not, because Georgia does not operate transparent elections, and that's got to change. We can't continue with this kind of corruption. So the Secretary of State it seems to be determined to cover up for Fulton County. That is probably disgusts me more than the cheating that went on. So I want to close with a nonpartisan perspective. I want to just make it clear, I did not vote for either one of these two candidates that we're talking about. I'm elections director of the Constitution Party. We ran our own candidate. He was a write-in candidate named Don Blankenship. I voted for him, as did Dr. Earl Martin down in Waycross. Neither one of our votes were counted. If you look at the official statements of records, even though he was a qualified candidate, our votes are gone and missing, and we have sued the county, Fulton County, over that as well. I didn't vote for them. I just want to appeal both to my Republican friends here and my Democrat friends. We were here last year, and again, I appreciate you taking the time for me. My appeal is to the Republican friends. House Bill 316 was one of the worst bills that the legislature's ever passed. I apologize, but that's what got us here. And to my friends who are Democrats, this deal is real. We've got to do something about it because Georgia electors belong to the President of the United States. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Well, I think we'll thank you, Mr. Favorito. Appreciate your presentation, and that summed up a lot of things. We need to move on now to Mr. David Cross. David Cross. Okay. Mr. Cross, if you could go to the podium.
Got a presentation.
Okay. Mr. Cross, we're running real behind. Would you be able to synthesize this into about 5 minutes, you think?
Do my best.
All right.
I'll speak fast if you can listen fast.
We'll listen fast. Go ahead and tell us who you are and a little bit about yourself.
So my name is David Cross. I own an investment management firm. We do financial planning and investment management in Duluth, Georgia. I've been in the business for about 30 years. I can't believe it.
And what is your connection to the election and what you're going to tell us?
So I'm just a concerned citizen. I reached out to some folks to just kind of figure out what happened on election night. I went to bed thinking, that looked pretty solid that Trump was going to win, and then woke up the next morning and I'm like, what on earth happened? So I started diving into the data. Thank you. And Garland just showed you this slide a couple minutes ago, but what I did was I was able to go in and pull down the entire data feed from the Edison feed, which comes from CITL, which comes from the Secretary of State. It's not perfect, but it's what we have because the Secretary of State won't give us the original data feed. So how do we just go sideways here? All right, so what you're looking at here is the big spike that happened, and this blue line right here, it happened in 4 states. That's impossible. There'll be other data analysts that'll show that to you. I'll skip past this. This just shows you additional vote spikes that happened in after hours. Anybody who wants a copy of this, I'll send it to you. There, of course, is, all right, so why don't we have original timestamp data? Secretary of State won't give it to us. All right, if this is a transparent election, why are citizens not able to see it? And with so many issues, why is the Secretary of State not investigating? Why do I have to take time out of running my business and taking care of my clients to come down here and do the work of the Secretary of State? That's inexcusable. Here's Michigan. You see the exact same vote spike that happened where Biden got 141,000 votes and Trump got 5,900. Not possible. There's the same Michigan vote spike graphically. Here's Wisconsin, same thing. 143,000 votes come in for Biden, 25,000 for Trump, same vote spike. All right, what I'm going to show you now is what I actually witnessed at the second recount, the ballot recount that happened down at the World Congress Center. When I was down there, they had 13 scanners that were set up. We were able to go through and take a look at the scanners as they were pushing ballots through. I could get this close to the ballots if I wanted to. You couldn't see anything. I mean, it was just running through 100 miles an hour. I could get this far away from the monitors that the scanners were using. I couldn't read anything on the screen because the font was shrunk down so low. So me as a monitor walking around looking at the rescans was pointless. So another part of the area they had, they call them ballot totes, all right? It's a black suitcase with a locking mechanism to it. I went through and looked at, they had several hundred of these black suitcases lined up, and I'm walking through the different lines of them, and I see that there are these 9 that don't have secure tabs on them. No red tab. I walk back over and tell a couple of my other, friends that are over there that are witnesses, and they said, David, that's not possible. Every single one of those has got a red locking tab on it. So I took them back over, and as I approached one of the bags, its zippers were close to the floor. I pointed at it with my foot 6 inches away, and a lady comes running over and says, "You just kicked that bag. You can't do that. You're out of here." She brought 2 security guards with her, and she kicked me out. But not before a lady from the press actually got a picture of the bag. You can see it right there. There's no locking mechanism on it at all. And there's a close-up of the actual identifier, of the tag identifier. This is not supposed to happen. When I looked at the bags, there could have been anywhere from 0 ballots inside that bag, which was unlikely since so many people were voting absentee, because this is where the absentee ballots were kept. The largest number I saw in any one bag was 3,411. If you take the average between 0 and 3,400, you get 1,700. Multiply that times 9, you get 15,200 ballots, potentially, that are unaccounted for, no chain of custody. 15,000 ballots is enough to throw Fulton County into not being certified. And in fact, when the Fulton County Board of Elections met, 2 of the board members voted not to certify. So if Fulton County's out, then the whole state's out. Here's a better close-up. There was a story that was done by the press. She just took my statement, put it up online. Now what I want to get to is, how does this happen and why is this relevant? This gentleman, Bernard Talmadge, owns a company called the Operations Group, Ardley Group, and we also think Block by Block. He is a known ballot harvester. He has been caught in Indiana. Charges were brought against people that work for him, but they were ultimately dropped because the authorities said it couldn't have really affected anything. It's not a big deal, so they let it slide. What we know is that there were ballots here on the left, or not ballots, checks that were found in 2018, several hundred, all made out for $75. I'll go back here. Made out from the Operations Group and sometimes from Ardley Group for $75. There is there's an investigative reporter down in Florida named Tom Lauder that did a write-up about this, and what he found was, in interviewing witnesses, he found out that people that worked for the Operations Group and the Ardley Group were paid $15 per hour to produce ballots. Now, they had a quota of 10 per hour, which works out to 1 every 6 minutes. If you're running door to door in an apartment complex, you couldn't get 1 ballot every 6 minutes. It's not going to happen. You couldn't get 1 registration every 6 minutes. It's just not going to happen. So how does that happen? And incidentally, his companies, according to the Federal Election Commission, have taken in $9.1 million for field operations. $9.1 billion, when you divide that by $75 and multiply it times 50 votes, that's enough money to produce 6 million ballots. So here's a spreadsheet from last night from all the people who gave him money. One of the crazy things that's on here is that 1/3 of the $9 million came from the main Democratic Party. They didn't even take in $3 million during the 2019-2020 election. So I sent this letter out to a bunch of check cashers and liquor stores, 400 of them. Again, me doing the work of the Secretary of State. Sent it out, and I had 2 folks that called me back. One provided copies of checks from 2018. Here again, here's a check. This one's for $80. I blocked out the name of the person who received it, but this was payment for field services. What's interesting is that of the checks that were provided, the one on the top here, I don't know if you could see it really well, it says it came from, the check is written on an account from McDreams Enterprises. And on the bottom, the check is written from Ardley Group. Now, the strange thing is that the signature on both of the checks is the same. The routing number is the same. The account number is the same. So what's going on? Again, another job for the Secretary of State, the GBI, and probably the FBI. There's a video that's circulating on the internet of a printer in China that was ordered, or he had an order for 5 million fake ballots to come back. One of the things he said in the video that he could not accomplish was to reproduce magnetic ink. That was one impossibility for him. So if you're going to do a forensic analysis of the ballots, you need to look for paper composition, which International Paper said that they can do, and there's another independent consultant that's up in Wisconsin that can do it. And you also need to do a test for the magnetic ink. This is just some brief data on the total number of registered voters and the 2020 population, just to show you some obvious anomalies here. Alaska has a total of 597,000 registered voters, a population of 734,000. But if you subtract out the number of people under the age of 18, which is 24.6% of the population, they end up with having 43,000 people over-registered. So they have 108% real registered voters. This is where some of the names are come from, we believe, and circulated around. More interesting information for you. This came out this morning. Doug Stafford says, my wife got a text thanking me for voting in the state of Georgia and asking to get her friends to vote. Doug says it's interesting because she's been a Virginia voter for 15 years, never lived in Georgia. So the next obvious question is, well, who the hell is Doug Stafford? He's the chief strategist for Rand Paul. All right, so this is not some nobody that's out there just throwing around some unsubstantiated rumor. B.J. Van Gundy, who sued the state. Here's his actual signature on his driver's license on the left. There is his signature for his absentee application that he did not ask for. One of your colleagues. Here's his signature on his driver's license on the top, and then here's his innocuous signature in the center for his absentee ballot. Do you guys know this guy? Does anybody know him? Okay. This is your duty. You have the power to correct an obviously manipulated election. The governor only reports the vote of the legislature. The question is will you take corrective action? Will you stand up for America, or are you going to sit quietly while China brings in a Manchurian candidate? How will you answer to your grandchildren when they ask, what did you do? I know what I'm going to answer. It's a fantastic documentary for you folks to watch. It's called Kill Chain. It'll show you exactly how these voting machines can be hacked into. I know a lot of folks that are in here, or some folks that are in here will say, oh, that's just a bunch of fanciful BS. It can't happen. Go buy one of the machines and plug it in. And the moment you plug it in, it will say, would you like to connect to the internet?
Thank you.
Last thing, who is this counting ballots?
Thank
That's
you,
the end
Mr.
of my
Cross.
statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to Debbie Fisher.
Debbie Fisher.
If she's not,
Yeah. Ms. Fisher went downstairs. So
okay.
We'll come back to her.
Okay.
Next one.
We'll go with Ms. Sandra Metz.
Sandra Matt.
Sandra Matt?
Thank you, Ms. Metz, for being here. If we're running on a tight deadline, if you would just tell us where you are, what you saw, and just try to go ahead and get to the point and
Yes, sir.
let's
I will.
make it-
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank
I'm
you.
Sandra Metz. I worked as a poll worker in the last 2 elections in Clark County, Athens, Georgia on November 3rd. Then we had a local runoff for the DA race in December. I worked there both times at 2 different polling stations. In the first election, November 3rd, I was working at the polling station. A gentleman walked in the door and he said, he held up his Florida driver's license and said, "I'm from Florida, can I vote?" And the polling manager walked over to him and goes, "Of course, come with me." And she took him to the table. We had the provisional ballots to fill out. Fortunately, at that time, we were not busy, and I was able to go over and have a conversation with her, and I was asking her, "How can you let this gentleman vote?" And she's ignoring me that time. And I came back up to her, and I kept on saying, I said, "How can you prove he's not ready to vote in Florida? How do you not know he's going to vote there and here?" So after several times of questioning, she finally looked at him and said, "You can't vote," and made him leave. After he left, a little bit later on, I had a gentleman come in the door, and he seemed to know several of the other poll workers because he was chatting it up with them, and he talked about he was a truck driver, and we just said how much we appreciate truck drivers now. Well, he gave me his driver's license, and I scanned his the barcode on the back, and I couldn't find him. So then I manually entered him. I couldn't find him. He was not registered to vote. So the manager took him outside and was calling downtown on the phone. 20 minutes later, she walks back in the door. She hands me his driver's license. I scan it in. He's suddenly registered to vote and is allowed to vote. Now she's got the woman that she's talking to on downtown on the speakerphone, and she goes, "Hey, such and such says she needs a big Christmas present." He goes, "Oh yeah, I'll get you a flat screen TV." Then following up, after that, I had a woman walk in the door. She handed me her driver's license. Once again, I put it on the polling pad, scanned the barcode. It showed that she had already received an absentee ballot. She goes, "Oh yes, I got 2 of them, and I sent them both back. I was coming to see if I could vote a 3rd time." I reported this to the manager as well. That woman hung around for a while because her friend was still voting. Now, just so you know, I did call the Secretary of State's office and report all this. I did not hear back from them. I still have not heard back from them. But when I did apply to work at the next election of the DA race, I received a phone call from the woman who hired me the first time and says, "I understand you filed a complaint against us." So I did call back to the Secretary of State's office because I assumed that they didn't know that somebody in their office was telling on people that was reporting this to the Secretary of State's. I have still not heard back from anybody. Now, I will say the 2 ladies that I spoke to were very concerned about that. They were very professional about it. I also worked at closing the polls. We pulled all the ballots out, and we closed them in a little green suitcase-type box and put a seal and a lock on it. I also worked as a monitor for the manual recount and the machine recount. My concern immediately when I saw those boxes on the tables full of ballots, they're just ripping the tabs off. Now, you guys, when they put the locks on there, they record the number on the lock on a piece of paper. There is a paperwork trail for this, but nobody's looking at it. They're just ripping off the tabs and throwing them away. There's also a receipt that the scanning machine prints off to tell you the total ballots in the machine that night that's supposed to be with the ballots. None of those were present when what little bit I could see. I could not see anything. So I was concerned about that. Well, then I'm standing in the middle of the room, not allowed to get close, but some of the ladies had an issue at a table. There were 12 ballots short. And I said, "Do you want me to get somebody for you?" And they said, "Yes." So I had to walk to the doorway back room and yell back there and say, "They need somebody out here at this table." So they came back and they said, "Well, we're short 12 ballots." So the woman that came out the back then leaves the room and returns with 12 ballots and hands them 12 ballots that were not in the case when it was originally opened. So then I worked at the second election. One commonality I found in both elections were people were coming in and they had voted by absent, or they had their absentee ballot and they turned it in, or they said they didn't want to vote by absentee ballot. Well, we had a lot of people come in both elections that said that when I scanned their driver's license, the barcode read it, and they came up saying they'd already voted by absentee ballot. And when I said that to them, they're like, "I did not vote by absentee ballot. I never applied for an absentee ballot." And I had several people very distressed about that. Then they had to sign an affidavit saying they didn't want the absentee ballot to count. They wanted their vote they cast in person to count. Well, they were upset because there's nowhere in the affidavit to write, "I never asked for one." So there's no trail for data for them to follow to see how many people never requested for the absentee ballot that was sent to somebody. So recently, right before the Senate race, before the cutoff for registering new voters for Georgia, I noticed a bunch of people in a parking lot outside Ollie's and outside a laundromat with a clipboard with getting people to register to vote. And I don't know if you guys have ever looked close at our voter registration form, but you have things like this on there besides your birth date and your address, but your social security number and your driver's license number. So what they could possibly do is if I had you fill this out, I could take this home, take a blank one of these and fill it out in my own handwriting. Then I could actually apply for an absentee ballot with this information and have it sent to wherever I wanted it to go without you knowing it. And so that's a couple of my big things that went there. So I did go to the Secretary of State's office when I was researching this, wondering how many absentee ballots were sent. And I didn't even look at the Georgia ones because a lot of people do own property in Clark County that don't live in Clark County, Georgia. I was interested in the ones that did not live in the state of Georgia that had applied for absentee ballots. 585 individuals have requested absentee ballots that live outside of the state of Georgia. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. I wanted to make a statement real quick on behalf of Senator Parent. There was a photo that looked like here, but that is not Senator Parent in that photograph. And so I just wanted to make that clear for her, and I've received that statement, and really that photograph should not have been up there. So now I needed to call Sally Grubbs and Susan Knox. I'll get her next. Yeah.
Sally Grubbs and Susan Knox.
Okay. If not, we'll go with Debbie Fisher.
Is Debbie Fisher back?
Debbie Fisher is right. Ms. Fisher, if you'd come to the podium, please.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Fisher, thank you for being here. If you just quickly tell us where you're from, and we're running on a tight deadline, if you could just go ahead and get to the essence of what you want this committee to know.
I will be very prompt.
Thank you.
I'm Debbie Fisher. I'm from Cobb County, Georgia. To give you a little background, I was part of the voter review panel during the general election. I've also been a monitor during the recount, the hand recount, and the recount, and I currently am also monitoring the absentee ballot processing in Cobb County at Jim Miller Park. On November 16th, during the recount, I was on the voter review panel, and I reviewed in one day 298 military ballots. Of those ballots, as I walked through them piece by piece, I noticed several things that were greatly disturbing. I noticed that they were very neatly filled out. Not that I don't expect the military to be able to color in between the lines, but they were inordinately perfect bubbles. I also noticed that there were no stray marks, there were no X's, there were no check marks. They were all perfectly filled out. On the original ballots, as we were going through them, it appeared to me that about 90% of them had no paper folds, yet I was told that in Cobb County, the military is required to mail these ballots in. One or the other wasn't possible. I also noticed that there were only 2 of the 298 that had blue ink versus black ink. Now, while that may not be unusual, it was combining all of these things that seemed very out of the ordinary. The watermarks, which were on the UACAVA ballots, as we all know, a watermark is supposed to be semi-transparent. You're supposed to be able to see through it. What I noticed on 3 separate ballots, those watermarks were solid gray. They were in front of the print, not behind it. At that point, I made a challenge. I said, I do not believe these ballots to be authentic. I was told by Janine Evler that, oh yes, we just told them to set their printers darker. These are printed off individual printers, so they're all going to be different. Well, the interesting thing is the military ballots I have witnessed over the last week that they're processing now, Not one of them have solid gray watermarks. They're watermarks like this, the Uakava watermark that goes through the ballot. So I challenged those and asked that the ballots be thrown out. She refused. She said that they were verified, that they were legitimate ballots, and they would remain. Another thing that I noticed as we were going through these ballots, and on the voter review panel, what we were doing during the recount, that we were not entitled to do when the ballots were being processed. We were looking at the original, which was a printed piece of paper that came from a normal, ordinary printer, and then we were looking at what election workers had done to create a true ballot on ballot paper. And so the defective ones we were supposed to compare to the ones that they had prepared. Of those ballots, as I am ticking off, and I'm fairly good with numbers, I estimated that somewhere between 80 and 90% were going to Joe Biden. Throughout the day, it kept making me sicker and sicker every time I saw another Biden, 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 and then I'm going through batches, 100% of the batches were Biden. I find that statistically impossible. If you look at the history of what the military ballots and how they vote, it typically is a reflection of what you'll see in the areas that you're looking in. In Cobb County, Georgia, I know we kind of went a little blue locally, but traditionally in the neighborhoods, we are very conservative. We don't vote 100% Biden. Yet these military ballots were between 80 and 90% Biden. On top of that, I looked at some of the other counties. Fulton County, interestingly enough, are the only ones that report military ballots as a separate category. 93%, I believe, is what that they tallied for Biden. Again, I find that statistically impossible. One thing that I have noticed as we went through the different processes, the recount, and now the processing again. The number of ballots that we received for the military were 826. They threw a couple out. Some were invalid signatures. Other came in past the deadlines. Some of them were thrown out for an unknown reason. The number of ballots that we actually counted were 782. The number of ballots that we recounted in the recount, not the hand recount, the machine recount, was only 1,401. Doesn't make any sense, does it? They were all done by hand. We actually had to make those ballots. 300 and some odd ballots disappeared between the 2 weeks between those counts. When I inquired from Janine Evler how we could have 1,700 and change, and then it drops 300 and some ballots, I was told, oh no, those numbers had not been they had not been adjudicated at that point, and those other ballots were actually run through the scanner. We don't separate military ballots. Yes, they do. In the recount, I looked at ballot box after ballot box of military ballots. They are separated. They are not required to be mailed in. Matter of fact, I found out about 93% of those ballots were submitted electronically, not by mail-in ballots. So that electronic thing happens to have a little bit of a problem. How do you verify a signature on an electronic and on an email? There were no emails to be attached to the original printout. So as we're monitoring, how do we know that's a real ballot? How do we know it came from a military person? There is nothing that shows, that goes with that ballot, that it was actually the person who it said it was. Those are very concerning things to me. And of all votes that should count It should be those people who put their lives on the line so that we have the right to vote. And it makes me sick that 90-some% went Biden. I don't believe that. I can't prove it, but I don't believe it. And I ask you guys, when you're going back and you're looking at these laws, to look at how we process these military ballots, because it isn't right. Matter of fact, I had an election worker tell me, most of the time we don't even count them unless it's a really close race. They should be the first ballots counted. And with that,
Thank you, Ms. Senator Rhett, you had a quick question?
Excuse me, ma'am, how you doing today?
I'm very well, thank you.
Were you aware that Cobb County has passed several audits, including just recently a signature audit where they received a 99.99% accuracy rate?
Yes, I actually am.
Thank
And I am aware of the press conference where we got big cred.
And were you aware that that audit was supervised by the Secretary of State in the Georgia Department, GBI?
Yes, I was. Matter of fact, I was present when the GBI brought back the boxes full of ballots, along with a unmarked ballot box that wasn't the envelopes. I'm guessing it was the military ballots that I complained about.
And they both certified the 99.99% accuracy rate.
They did certify with no observers available to watch how they audited them. So I'm not saying that they were right. I'm not saying that they were wrong. I'm just saying that I don't believe them any more than I believe anybody else because my lying eyes saw what they saw.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Senator Jones, did you have a question? No.
Oh, more questions.
Yeah.
One more.
What was your name
Of
again?
my lying
I'm
eyes.
sorry, I
Ms.
missed your
Fisher.
name. Ms.
Debbie,
Fisher.
after I just said that, maybe I shouldn't repeat my name, but it's Debbie
No,
Fisher.
you're fine.
Yeah.
Ms. Fisher, and everything that you witnessed, did you ever contact the Secretary of State's office directly?
3 times.
Did they respond back to you?
They thanked me for my submission.
Thank you for your submission, really. That seems to be a common theme that we have with most everybody who's come before us today and in the past is
Yes.
that they've reached out to the Secretary of State's office and gotten no response. What also seems to be a common theme, Mr. Chairman, is in this is I'm proud Cobb County was able to accomplish what they did with the 15,000, ballots that were, reviewed. But the elephant in the room here is Fulton County. I mean, we don't hear anything back from Secretary of State's office, and issues arrive in Fulton County. And I don't know. I know our Secretary of State's not from Georgia, but if you were born and raised in Georgia, you're familiar with Fulton County and the history of elections. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your hard work and I appreciate your testimony.
May I make one more comment that I remembered I forgot to talk about? That was actually interesting. On Saturday at Jim Miller Park, speaking of our 99% audit on the signatures, dozens and dozens of signatures did not have the red initials that they had been actually approved before they started processing the ballots. And you all may not know the process, but what happens is the yellow outer envelope has the signature, your address, and that's what they check. When they look at it and they say, yep, that's Debbie Fisher, they put their red initials out to the side that says it's been looked at. Dozens on Saturday had no red initials. The problem is, once that is separated from that outer envelope, you got to count that ballot regardless. Okay? That's a problem. So the 99% audit that we heard about yesterday, I'm just going to say, we shouldn't have had dozens on Saturday that had not been looked at.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Okay, now we'll move on to Ms. Grubbs and Ms. Knox. And I think, did you have a slide presentation?
I do.
Okay, and how do we identify that?
I had given it says shred machine. I I just gave it to the fella outside.
Yeah, we have it.
Okay.
Okay, if you can go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay. I'm Susan Knox, and I'm from Cobb County. I'm a 10th generation Georgian. I'm a huge patriot, and I happened to be at Jim Miller Park on Friday, November the 20th, and I knew they were certifying the vote there that day, and I happened to be in the parking lot, and I just kind of wanted to see who was actually in the building that was going to certify the votes, and I pulled around the corner, and I saw an A1 shredding and recycling machine. It was a huge box truck shredding ballots. I've got some pictures here that I could hand out for you all where, sorry, it's a little.
Oh, there, it's come up. Is that it?
Yes.
November the 20th, Friday morning. I'm watching all of these ballots being shredded now. Unbelievable. Just move up and let's see what else is going out. Yep, here we go. What are they shredding? Massive amounts of ballots right there going out.
What building is that?
Jim Miller Park.
Is that the building where ballots stored in that building? Is
Yes,
that
sir.
where the voting was
Yes,
occurring?
right outside where they, and I've got another video right after this that'll explain that.
Were you able to see what was being shredded?
Yes, sir. I have pictures, and you'll see now. It's the next one, please.
This is Susan Knox. I am in Cobb County.
It's actually,
Jim
it
Miller
says
Park.
trash can. There's two on the bottom that they put together
Friday
for me.
morning, November 20th. Here is a
It says trash can. There they are. It says shred on that box right there. And according to Janine Eveler, in a statement she made, there was absolutely nothing that was shredded that shouldn't have been. There were no ballots, and she made a statement. A1 Shredding and Recycling put a statement out on Saturday, November 21st, stating they were a family-owned business and that they did not mean to get in the mix of this, and that I think they had gone to the FBI or the GBI because there had been so much backlash after my videos went viral.
But you're in that trash can, those were ballots.
Yes, sir. I'd love to give you a close-up picture. You can pass these around.
Do you know who paid A1 Shredding?
I do not. But when Janine Eveler came out and said there was absolutely nothing that should not have been shredded, I would just like to ask her under oath what I saw shredded. And Sally Grubbs is coming up after me, and she came to Jim Miller Park and pulled in because she heard they were shredding ballots. She went straight up to the truck, almost blocked him in. He started pulling out. I called 911 twice. They did not come to Jim Miller Park. I called them. I have the recordings. If y'all wanted to listen to the recordings, I'm begging them to send a police or a sheriff, because I said, what is more important, that our presidential election, and they're shredding ballots at Jim Miller Park. They never showed up.
Mr. Chairman, I would just say that this should be very easy. If we're supposed to hold ballots for 22 months and we know X amount was voted on in Cobb County with absentee ballots, they should be able to produce that amount. If they can't, and it comes up minus 30,000, then 30,000 ballots were shredded. I mean, it should be very, very easy to find that information out.
Yeah, Senator.
Thank you for being here. Did you report it to the Secretary of State's office?
Sir, I reported it to anybody and everybody that would listen to me.
Did you get a response from the
No.
Secretary of State's office?
No.
Pretty common?
Sir?
It's pretty common.
Senator Rett?
Yes, ma'am. Usually ballots are under court seal for 2 years. Then after that, they're allowed to be shredded. Do you know anything about the date on those ballots, or if they've met that 2-year threshold?
Well, based on, I had been a monitor for 5 days there and have reams of videos of all the ballots coming and going and being stored and pulled back out and pulled into building the next hall, which was, I was in C, they were going from C to B and back. And so all I can tell you is that if you look closely on these, and that was a live shot, so you can hold your finger on my camera and it gets some surrounding things, which I can prove to you all. I can't help but believe that these were this election's ballots. I mean, why would they be shredding 2 years, and why would they be at Jim Miller Park? It's not secure, and it's not even a government facility, I don't believe. But I will tell you, when I called 911 twice and nobody showed up, and Sally and I ended up at the police station, precinct 2, and the person on the phone behind the wall told us that they were told 10 minutes earlier that they were not to do anything with election fraud or anything in Cobb County dealing with the election, that we had to go to the Secretary of State and to the GBI. And we did. And we got nothing.
Okay. Yes, Senator Heath.
Maybe in some of your videos, or do you have any photographs of actual ballots being shredded?
Well, what do you think those were in that can that he was shredding? It says an official ballot.
That appears to be the envelopes that are the inner envelopes from.
If you look closely, some of them look like they've never even been unsealed.
I was trying to find ballots in the picture, and I don't see ballots, and I was hoping
Could you bring that back up? I can show you in that trash can very closely. It says. Right there, and I can tell you because I was there with my phone, and there's a picture with a plastic bag that says.
Yeah, this picture?
Yes, sir.
Look, I'm not trying to discredit your testimony. I just don't see ballots. I just see envelopes here.
Sir, it says official. Do you not see where it says BALLO?
Yes, ma'am, and right below that it says ballot must be enclosed.
Okay, if they're supposed to keep anything for 22 months, why would they be shredding even the envelope? And I was told too that the people who were supposed to be opening these ballots were supposed to put their name, the time, and the date, and they were supposed to be kept for 22 months. I just find it suspect that the day that Cobb County is going to certify our election, that they had a shredding truck pull up at 10 after 11, and they were going to certify that afternoon. And they also put on the outside of the door, which I have video of, a fraudulent number to call for election. Any questions? It said Jim Miller Park is closed to the public. If you have election questions, please call. I called the number. It was an elderly white woman that slammed the phone down on me, and I called back and I said, ma'am, your number is on the outside of Jim Miller Park for election questions. She said, I have no idea who that is. Don't call me again, and slammed the phone down.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you
for being here.
Thank
I think
you.
Ms.
Good morning. I'd like to thank everyone for being here. My name is Sally Grubbs, Grubbs, and I'm from Marietta, Georgia. And Senator Redd, I'd like to make your acquaintance. I apologize I've not been able to connect with you. I think that we have some business in Cobb County that needs to be attended to. I came previously to testify and didn't make the cut list, but I will happily cede to Rudy Giuliani at any time. I do want to say that one citizen, one vote is what it should be. I was there for the recount at Jim Miller Park on the 13th. I saw a number of different things, and I've submitted 2 affidavits previously. I have them here if anyone would like to see them. But there's a recurring theme, and that is our Secretary of State's office. I was there when I got the phone call. I met Susan Knox, incidentally, on Friday the 13th. What a better day to meet someone when you're trying to ensure a presidential election is handled honestly, and it's not just the presidential election, it's all the down ballot votes that we have in Cobb County. We had a complete upset in Cobb County that I don't think was fair, honest, or very American, what's happened. There's lots of details that I can give you. I have lots of information here about how they sorted ballots. I have video that can be submitted. But one thing is becoming clear. It doesn't seem to matter how much evidence we present. We're going to get the questions. Were those actual ballots in there? First of all, in an election, they seal the boxes with evidence tape. And it's called evidence tape because those papers are evidence in the election. The envelopes are evidence, and anything written that goes in the evidence box is evidence. There should have been no shredding. In Cobb County, Georgia, Jim R. Miller Park is a fairground. They tore down our old exhibit halls and they built new exhibit halls. There's exhibit hall A, B, and C. They're all under one roof. When I went to go observe, I asked what was going on in exhibit hall B, and I was told, you don't need to stay in there. You don't need to go in there. There's nothing going on in there. You stay in exhibit hall C. And Exhibit Hall C during the recount is where they were sorting the absentee ballots into bins for rescanning. They were sorting the printed ballots for rescanning. I posted a video that has been shared quite a lot of, I'm standing 6 feet away and they're putting, Biden, 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 Trump, 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 supposedly. Don't know how they can even see what's written on the paper. I do wear glasses, but I couldn't even get close enough. They're a couple of feet away while we're having to stay 6 feet away, and we got scolded, we got yelled at, we got belittled, we got harassed. And after the shredding, when I was with Susan, now let me be clear, Jim Miller Park is not a government facility where they have the tax assessor, the tax commissioner, the tag office, and all of that. It is a state fairground or county fairground location. They're only using it because of COVID. So they're only using it for the election purposes. There is no other reason for there to be any other documentation at Jim Miller Park. If you go into Exhibit Hall A, B, and C, all you see is election stuff. I found out after the fact that in Exhibit Hall B, where I was not allowed, there were 2 days of voter review panel activity going on with no Republican representation at all. I was purposely told not to go in there. Y'all, I'm a businesswoman. I'm a mother of 2 wonderful boys. I am not an election specialist. I am a United States citizen, and I am here to see, and I participated because I want to be sure our vote is protected. And when somebody calls me and says they're shredding ballots, I left work. People thought somebody in my family died. That's how fast I left to go see what was going on. And Susan and I followed that shredding truck to see where it was going. I thought surely people care enough that when you're on the phone with 911, the police would come. The police didn't come. We go to the Cobb County Precinct on Austell Road to make a report. They wouldn't take a report. I made a report with the Secretary of State. I got an email from Francis Watson, and I was told, oh, that's routine shredding. Now, this is not the regular location of the Board of Elections. I just stood up here in the center and listened to the press conference with the GBI. Now, Vic Reynolds is from Cobb County, a very respectable man, but I've got to tell you, that Gabe Sterling and Jordan Fuchs in the Secretary of State's office have done nothing but obstruct, belittle, and bemoan. And I have Facebook posts right here that I would be happy to share with someone. Facebook posts, what does that mean? Well, that means that anyone who keeps talking about election fraud, since it doesn't exist, that they are the same as people from Iran. That's what was posted. And so I got into a conversation about that. And this was the post. Gabe Sterling posted this. Iran has worked to foment division in our nation. Those continuing to claim the election was stolen are supporting the tactical actions of Iran. This is the state of Georgia. This is the city of Atlanta. And I want Mr. Sterling to answer for accusing people like me who have a job and children and families. I want him to come in here and explain to me how I'm like someone from Iran trying to steal an election. When we have seen the fraud, we have been lied to, we have been distracted, we've been held up, and we're tired of it. And it's time that you people stand up. And I have emailed legislators. We have formed a group called the Angry Patriots of Georgia, and you can tell I'm angry. I am tired of people that we vote to put in office are stabbing us in the back, and they're not doing anything to protect anything. We have begged for you to convene the legislature. We have had people come from out of state on their own dime. I've spent hundreds of my own dollars trying to get the point across. Susan has spent hundreds of her own dollars to get you people to listen, and I don't know what it's going to take. I, honest to God, don't know what it's going to take. Every legislator got a DocuSign document that people don't even bother to open. We are the citizens of this state. We deserve to be heard, and we are tired of it. How many people do we have to drag through here? I'm missing work right now. I missed work the last hearing, Senate hearing. We have begged to be heard, and I'm asking, are you hearing us yet? Is anyone hearing us yet? What do you need to know? I will tell you. Would you like to see my phone that I've backed up in 5 different places because I'm afraid someone's going to steal it and steal the evidence? And you know what? In Jim Miller Park, you can't take a phone in there now. If they're so lily white clean, as they say from the GBI, how come you can't even have a phone in there anymore? That screams fraud to me, and it's happening in the Senate election, and that election needs to be stopped until we have a better way to vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm passionate. I'm not going to apologize for being passionate. And I'm not going to apologize for being a patriot either.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you. No, ma'am. I think what you said is something that's felt by many people across this state, hundreds of thousands of people. And I appreciate your time. I appreciate the fact, and the members of this committee appreciate the fact that you came and you waited the last time and that you took your time to come back today. So thank you for doing what you've done and for being willing to stand up and tell about what you've seen. So
Thank you very much. I appreciate it greatly.
all right, we're just going to take a quick 5-minute break. We have a few more witnesses, and we'll come back and we'll try to wrap it up. So. Back to order. Senator Beach, could you get that door for me right there? And I think next up we have Mayor Rudy Giuliani. He wanted to say a few things. And let's see, do we have it?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving me a few minutes. I've been testified before you about a month ago, and I want to commend you on holding this hearing and delving so deeply into the facts that so many other people are avoiding and pretending didn't exist. I sat and listened to a good deal of the testimony, but before I stood here, and I can't imagine that people are ignoring it. Your Secretary of State's office last night and today said this was the cleanest election in history, or the purest election in history. He must be living on some other planet or drinking something that affects his senses, because it's just the opposite. This is probably the worst situation of voter fraud we've ever had in this country. Georgia is one example of it. You know there are other examples of it: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, just to name a few. And in your case, you have documentary evidence of it. This is, whatever the result, this election is going to live in history. This is going to be the election that will be the dirtiest election, the most crooked election, the most manipulated election in American history, because there are more facts to be gathered, even more than we have been able to gather in the month and a half we've had to investigate it. It's going to be a much greater dimension than we already know, and it's going to involve international connections, which means people are going to look back on this and they're going to say, what did you do about it? I mean, a year from now and 2 years from now, people are going to look back on it and say, what did you do about the fraud? Did you just sit by and let it happen? And Georgia is going to be at the center of it, because you have what I call the Zapruder film, the Zapruder film. I don't know if everybody remembers the Zapruder film, but it was the film of the Kennedy assassination that demonstrated the inadequacies of the Warren Commission that live in infamy now. Well, you don't want to live in infamy. You want to live in heroism. And you want to live in a situation where you do something about it, and you're not cowered by the media, by big tech, big corporations, and unfortunately the crooked leadership of the Democrat Party, because this was not an accident. This was organized. What happened here in this state is precisely the same thing that happened in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, in Arizona, and some of it happened at exactly the same time, particularly that phony situation at the Fulton County Center, which you have documented. If you can watch that and not realize that this was a major situation of voter fraud, then you're a fool or a liar. It's quite obvious that they are counting ballots illegally. The law of this state says that the counting of ballots has to be public, that it has to be allow inspectors, it has to allow both sides to have a chance to observe it. I mean, the law of every state just about requires that. Well, you can see the people being thrown out. You can see them being thrown out. You can see them checking all around, and then in a very, very suspicious way, counting ballots so fast they couldn't possibly look at the signatures. They couldn't possibly look at the ballots. And then you can see them counting the ballots more than once, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. You would have to be a moron not to realize that that's voter fraud. And if you just take a look at the ballots counted during that period of time, and you deduct that number of ballots from Fulton County, the winner of this election in Georgia is President Trump, not Joe Biden. And that'll be provable a year from now, and 2 years from now, and 10 years from now. And it's really a disservice to the people of your state. It leaves a stigma that you shouldn't have. They're going to ask, you can be sure, because this is going to continue unless we stop it. It's going to continue, the misuse of the mail-in ballot. all the terrible things that were predicted as to what would happen if you went to some kind of major mail-in ballot system. Predictions made by Secretary Baker, President Carter, Justice Souter, and scholars, that the minute you have mail-in ballots, you're going to have major fraud. 76% of European countries do not allow mail-in ballots for the very reason that they invite fraud. Well, we just proved it to the world. Sure, it invites fraud, plenty of fraud. The people in Fulton County were instructed not to look at signatures. They were instructed to do that, and you have testimony to that effect. Not only do you have testimony to that effect, you have film that shows you them not looking at the signature, doing this. It's going to happen again. Well, it's not just going to happen again. It's happening right now as I speak in the election that's going on. The same fraud that went on in the prior election is going on right now with the mail-in ballots because of the unlawful, unconstitutional consent decree that your Secretary of State, I guess, entered into. I don't know what's wrong with him, but that consent decree usurps your power as a state legislature. You're supposed to make those changes. The Constitution gives the authority to you. The Constitution also says the buck stops here, and the buck stops with the state legislature. You're responsible for those numbers that have been submitted to Washington. Is there anybody that believes that Georgia submitted the right number of votes to Washington? Is there anybody that would like to put their name on an affidavit that that's true and correct and take a risk of going to jail? As a lawyer, I would instruct you not to do that, because there's not a person in Georgia or a person in the United States that believes that those numbers are correct. If you look at that one recording, that one tape, you know they're not correct. Or if you look at the fact that you had 2,560 felons vote. You had 15,700 people vote in Georgia who had changed their address before the election. You had 40,000 people fail to re-register before they voted. You had 10,315 people that we can determine from obituaries were dead when they voted. That's pretty tough to do, to vote when you're dead. So right away, that number you submitted to Washington is a lie. It's not true. It's false. Minus 10,000 dead people. Those are the number of dead people we were able to figure out by looking at obituaries, because your Secretary of State is engaged in what I consider an unlawful cover-up. He won't let us look at records. If the Dominion machines are what we say they are, and we've tested the Dominion machines in Michigan, those machines are like Swiss cheese. You can invade them, you can get in them, you can change the vote, you can fractionalize the vote. Why would you ever fractionalize a vote? There's not such a thing as half a vote or a quarter of a vote. Why would you have an election machine where you can change the vote? The liars who run Dominion have said you can't change the vote. Read the manual. Read their manual. Their manual says you can change the vote. Why should you be allowed to change a vote in a voting machine? Once that vote goes in there, that's it. You shouldn't be able to change it. You shouldn't be able to move it from Trump to Biden or from Biden to Trump. Well, you can do that in the Dominion machine. Our people have inspected 22 Dominion machines. We've submitted affidavits from, and they're all ex-military people who did this work for the NSA and for the United States government. Every time they would count in the machine, they would get a different count. They were able to move votes, massive number of votes, from one side to the other. They caught, in this county, 6,000 votes having been moved from Trump to Biden, which had to be reversed. But those are the only machines we've ever gotten to look at. If 22 machines move 6,000 votes, well, how many machines do you have here? How many votes do you think they moved? And why is it that the Secretary of State won't allow us to examine them? If he's so sure this was the cleanest election in history, let us examine the machines. We'll find out really fast. We'll find out really fast if this was the cleanest election in history or the biggest scandal in terms of voting in the history of our country. We'll find out in 2 days. Or we can We can go get the gentleman you had before, the gentleman you had here before who can examine the ballots. He can tell you in a day. He can find out, were there illegal ballots submitted? He can tell you whether it's an official ballot of the state of Georgia or one made up in a garage somewhere so they could plug in an extra 30 or 40,000 Biden votes. He can tell you that definitively, scientifically. We can find out if it was the cleanest election in history or the biggest fraud in history. Who's stopping us? Your Secretary of State is stopping us. If he's so sure that it's the cleanest vote ever in history, then let us examine the ballots. Let us forensically examine the ballots. Let's not keep recounting the same crooked votes that we counted in the first place. The recount in Cobb County is a joke. It's an insult. Yeah, I mean, I can keep recounting the same phony votes over and over again, and I'll get the same result. Let us examine the ballots, and said Mr. Secretary of State. Let us examine the machines. And why are you stopping us from doing that? Why are you stopping the people from Georgia to find out if these allegations, which are made now by numerous witnesses, I don't know how many witnesses you've had that have demonstrated fraud. Well, let's find out how extensive it was. It's easy to do. It'll take about 3-4 days. There's a scientific process to do it. And if you need evidence that this was a deliberate fraud, that's your best evidence. I mean, why would they stop the gentleman who testified earlier from examining ballots this morning, other than the fact that they know if he examines those ballots, he's going to pull out 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 ballots that were made up by the Democrat Party and submitted and put in during periods of time like what you saw on video. That's exactly what was happening. And if you look at the number of votes during that period of time, Biden gained 138,000 vote advantage during that period of time from those votes. You take that advantage away, who wins this state? Let me conclude by saying something that I find people resist, and maybe it's because we've never faced this before. Our founding fathers miraculously probably envisioned everything that would happen to us. They even envisioned this: a disputed election, cheating, stealing. And they made a choice. They made a choice of where to put the responsibility in a difficult situation like that. Article 1, Section 2 of the Constitution puts that responsibility right here in the state, in the legislatures of the several states. You are responsible for the selection of the electors, not the governor, not your Secretary of State who's covering up everything he can cover up, not anybody else, but you. It's your power. It doesn't come from the state constitution. It comes from the United States Constitution. You're not subjected to needing a special session. The governor has no right, really, to interfere in it. He has no right to call a special session or not call a special session. The Constitution has taken him out of the process. The Constitution put the power in the state legislature. So strong that you can take that power back right up to the last moment. You could take it back 2 minutes before the electoral votes are counted. Because ultimately it's your responsibility. You delegated it to them in the first place. And if you feel that they're exercising it improperly, it is your obligation to stop them from doing it. And you know they exercised it improperly. You know that. You've got so much evidence of it. There are 10 ways to demonstrate it. There are 10 ways to demonstrate that this election was stolen, that the votes were phony, that there were a lot of them, dead people, felons, phony ballots, phony mail-in ballots. How is it that in every single Republican county in this state, state senators ran ahead of the president by 4 to 6%? Every single one. Exactly the same, 4 to 6%. We know the president's favorability in this state. We know that, at least in a few of those cases, he's going to run ahead of the Republican senators. And it just so happens it's just in the states where they fixed the vote that happened. In other states, the president ran ahead of most Republican state senators. So I'm tired of demonstrating it. There are so many ways of demonstrating it. You know it. This is a question of courage. It's ultimately a question of courage. Do you have the courage to stand up to the obligation the Constitution of the United States put on you to save our people from fraud, to save the reputation of the state of Georgia from in history, certifying a phony vote that led to the wrong result in an election, which will be the verdict of history? Or do you have the courage to put up with what's going to happen if you in fact change that certification and do the right thing? You'll be attacked, you'll be pilloried, you'll be described in all sorts of horrible ways. But you'll wake up the next morning and look in the mirror and you'll be able to say, I did the right thing. And that's what you should be about in public office. Not worried about what people say, but what you did. And I'll tell you another thing. Your decision will stand the test of history, because this is going to prove to be even worse than it is now, and it's pretty bad. So I implore you, hold a session, take a vote, do the right thing, and forget the criticism. You know what the right thing to do is. You've seen the evidence. You know what the law is. And I implore you to do the right thing. Not necessarily for President Trump, although he is my client and your client, but now it really has become much bigger than that. For the American people, and so this stops right now. No more of this stuff in America. This is the stuff you do in a third world country. We let them get away with this, it can get much worse. And I can't say enough about your courage, you, Mr. Chairman, and the other members of your committee, in doing what a lot of others are afraid to do. And I thank you on behalf of my client and on behalf of the United States. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. We appreciate your time.
Any questions?
Any questions? No.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. All right, now we'll move on to Mr. Bob Cheeley. Yeah, I'm going to go back to her. And after Mr. Cheeley, we'll have Christine McKinnell, and we'll be wrapping it up shortly after that. So we'll have a few more. Let me go through the order of witnesses just so that we'll know. After Ms. McKinnell, we'll have Dana Smith, Susie Voiles, Mr. Halliburton, Bobby Pitton, and then we'll have, I think, one more person, and Linda McLaughlin, and then I think I think Ray wanted to speak. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Bob Cheeley. I'm a lawyer, trial lawyer. I've been licensed to practice law in the state since 1982. I'm a graduate of the University of Georgia School of Law and undergraduate, so I'm therefore a double dog, and I wear that badge proudly. I was born and raised in Beaufort, Georgia. I've been a lifelong resident of this state, and I've resided in Fulton County since the mid-1980s. I practice law in Metro Atlanta, in Alpharetta, and I try cases against major companies. I hold them accountable based upon evidence and facts. And I'm here today to share with the members of this committee evidence that shows that what occurred at the State Farm Arena that night, and I watched that video, every minute of it, should shock the conscience of every red-blooded Georgian, no matter your political persuasion. I've asked Bob, if you're posting, Bob Poston here, he's got the video. I want to pull it up and I want to show you, for those that may not have taken the time to watch this video, I want to show you what occurred there that night that should shock the conscience of every Georgian. Bob, if you would. All right. So this, in the upper left-hand corner, you can see the time. That's 11:05 p.m. This is after everyone was told to go home because there was a major water main break. That was false. There was no water main break at all. There was a toilet leak about 16 or 18 hours earlier in the day, leaking from the ceiling from a suite above. It was cleaned up. It had no impact on this election. The water main break pronouncement was obviously made to clear the room of all poll watchers and the media. So they were told that night that the vote count would be suspended because the water main break, and that they would resume the vote count the next morning. The next morning, everybody was stunned to learn that the people at State Farm Arena, there were 5 women that worked for about 2.5 hours from just before 11 p.m. until just before 1 a.m. Scanning ballots. And the disturbing thing about it is that there were 5 of these desks with women at each of the 5 desks. And we've labeled the first one here, kind of focused on her. She's wearing a purple top, desk 1. This is at 4x speed, so we don't have to sit there and watch, it in a slower speed. But you can see that this lady is taking the same stack of ballots, and once she runs them through the scanner, there she goes. She sticks them back in and runs them a second time and a third time. And then the lady to her right, wearing the yellow top, we've got a second video that shows that she did the same thing with a stack of ballots on her desk. And so there's ballot scan number 3 from desk number 1. One man, one vote just went out the window at State Farm Arena on the night of November the 3rd, 2020. And it's here for all of us to see. This is much like going to trial with a who ran the red light case, and instead of having people coming in and testifying about who ran the red light, you got a video showing who ran the red light. Now, it doesn't take experts, and I'm glad we had an expert here today on the ballots in the person of Jovan Pulitzer, who is probably one of the most qualified experts I've ever had in the kind of cases that I've ever presented. I'm blown away with his credentials and his ability to, if he was given access to these ballots, he could tell us with 100% certainty how many of those ballots are real. I mean, how many of them are fake? And that's, at the end of the day, that's what all Georgians want to know is, were these ballots, that were being scanned here after everybody was told to clear the room, were these real ballots or were they counterfeit ballots? But they were included in the vote total. Now, I served an open records request upon Fulton County. There you can see desk number 2. She's on scan number 2 of the same ballots. We need to know who these women are, for example. They need to come before this panel or somebody under oath, under penalty of perjury, and testify about those ballots after Jovan Pulitzer has had a chance to inspect the ballots. Because I think that these people would be pleading the Fifth Amendment if asked questions about what they knew about these ballots. So I've served an open records request upon Fulton County. I wanted to get those ballots and make them available to Jovan Pulitzer so that he could determine, are these legitimate ballots or not? And I also wanted access to those computers that you see there and those scanners so that they could image what's on those computers and scanners to tell the people of Georgia, and particularly the people of Fulton County like me who pay taxes, whether or not our votes are being diluted or stolen. So what do I get? I get no response from Fulton County Board of Electors. I called yesterday. We had this thing set up for this morning. We had a truck loaded with 4 of these commercial high-speed scanners specified by Jovan show up at Fulton County Board of Electors warehouse, which is where they told me yesterday I should go with the scanners. I had lawyers from my law firm show up there ready to scan these things according to his instructions, Jovan's instructions. We were then told, oh, we're not doing it here. Those ballots are down at State Farm. They're not at State Farm Arena. They're down at World Congress Center. So the trucks load up, drive down to World Congress Center, get down to World Congress Center. People at World Congress Center say, we don't know what you're talking about. we have been told to expect you. So then I'm hearing this, this hearing today, getting all these text messages from my lawyers in my firm saying, what do we do now? I said, we call Ralph Jones. He's the head registrar for Fulton County. Call his office. Find out where the ballots are, when they're going to make them available. Because we've got a right to see those ballots under Georgia law and under federal law. Well, the last word I got a little while ago was they're not going to make them available unless we have a court order. So here we go again, kicking the can down the road, obfuscation, delay, trying to run out the clock. If I had an hourglass here with sand in it, that's the whole goal here is to run out the sand, run out of time so that the Georgia legislature and the people of Georgia won't have access to these ballots to see if they're true or not. And, it's time for the Georgia legislature, the House, led by a great man, Speaker Ralston, and it's time for the Senate, led by a man that I've known since we were both little boys growing up in Beaufort, Georgia, Senator Butch Miller. It's time for these two gentlemen to do their job, call in the House and the Senate to look at this video. Look at the State Farm video. We all can see it. We know who ran the red light. It didn't take an expert to tell us who ran that red light. We can see what happened. How many times the same ballots get voted over and over again. So it's time to call a session and let the people, one by one, every legislator who's been elected needs to raise their hand and say, I'm for one man, one vote. And if I'm seeing one man, one vote violated there, then every person in the legislature needs to say all of those votes under what is called the adverse inference law of Georgia, all of those need to be tossed. You can't rely on them. So that's the summary of my testimony. And thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman. I'll take any questions at this time.
Senator Rhett had a question.
I thank you for your testimony, sir, and your video. But just from a legal standpoint, when you and your lawyers showed up with the scanner, legally, would you be allowed to handle ballots and scan them yourself?
We were going to allow the Fulton County election workers to instruct us how to put those ballots on the scanner, and if they wanted to do it themselves, they could do it.
But is that legal?
Yes, it is. It's non-destructive testing. And we, under Georgia law, you're entitled to have access to ballots for the purpose of verifying the authenticity of ballots.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Senator Jones, did you have a question?
Thank you, Ms. Cheeley. I appreciate you being here. Appreciate your testimony, and you're dead right in what you're saying. I mean, it's as they used to say over at the University of Georgia, the eye in the sky doesn't lie, and when I was over there playing ball. But to your knowledge, has anybody been able to speak with the 4 or 5 people who were left in the State Farm arena as far as subpoenaed them or any group or?
Not to my knowledge.
And you filed a couple of lawsuits, I think, in Fulton County, and the Fulton County judges I know in Mr. Smith's case, they've yet to even assign him to a particular judge, and it's been there for 2.5, 3 weeks now. And have you filed a suit and had the same luck?
I mean, I have not filed a lawsuit.
Mm-hmm.
I know Ray Smith has, and others have that have testified here, and I've heard that no judges have been assigned to hear their cases, and there's just total breakdown in the system here.
Mm-hmm. And it all centers around Fulton County, but ultimately, the Georgia legislature should and has the final say in all of this, though, correct?
Absolutely. And I grew up here. My dad, my granddad were Southern Democrats, and I'm related to Richard B. Russell, and I knew him. He was from Winder, Georgia, not far from Beaufort, Georgia, where I'm from. And I would believe that those fine gentlemen, such as Richard B. Russell, would be appalled to see what's going on there in that State Farm Arena video, and he would speak out against it. And it reminded me of the infamous speech given by President Franklin Delano Roosevelt on December the 8th, 1941, when he addressed the nation. And he said as follows: Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, members of the Senate and of the House of Representatives, yesterday, December 7, 1941, a date which will live in infamy, the United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. The United States was at peace with that nation, and at the solicitation of Japan was still in conversation with its government and its emperor, looking toward the maintenance of peace in the Pacific. Indeed, 1 hour after Japanese air squadrons had commenced bombing in the American island of Oahu, the Japanese ambassador to the United States and his colleague delivered to our Secretary of State a formal reply to a recent American message. And while this reply stated that it seemed useless to continue the existing diplomatic negotiations, it contained no threat or hint of war or of armed attack. It will be recorded that the distance of Hawaii from Japan makes it obvious that the attack was deliberately planned many days or even weeks ago. I respectfully submit that this plan was regarding this voter fraud at State Farm Arena was deliberately planned. It had to be many weeks before this election, and it represents an imperialist attitude by some that they have the right to cancel out the votes of the good people of this state. And that imperialist attitude, if not corrected by this body, the Senate, and this House, will lead to tyranny. Just as our founding father, Thomas Jefferson, said when he said, "We in America do not have government by the majority. We have government by the majority who participate. All tyranny needs to gain a foothold is for good people of good conscience to remain silent." I trust that our elected officials in the House and the Senate will not remain silent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cheeley. Thank you, Mr. Cheeley. Okay, now we'll have Christine McKennell, and then we'll have Dana Smith, Susie Voiles, Mr. Halliburton, and then Bobby Pitton by Zoom, and then Linda McLaughlin, and then Ray Smith. And then you need to go. Thank you for being here.
Hello, good afternoon. I don't have a PowerPoint, I just brought paper. Kind of old school, so I'll have those after if anybody would like those.
Yeah, Ms. McKennell, yes, ma'am. If you would again say your name, and I know you have a lot to say, but if we could kind of let's get to the
I will
essence,
go fast.
get to
I
the
will go
essence of
fast.
it.
Hi, my name
And we
is Christine
appreciate your
McKennell.
presence. Yes.
Yes. I am a resident of Cobb County, and I come before you as a proud daughter of a Vietnam veteran, and even more for the Vietnam veteran whose vote did not count this last election. I am begging of you to please look into the technology and who really is in charge of our elections here in Georgia. While I know Dominion has been in the news, not only here but nationally, I would ask you to please look into the poll pads that are being used in Georgia and the No Ink software that is on the poll pads. I chose this year to get involved in elections, working in the primary advanced voting. The poll pads are used, it's basically an iPad. It scans the voter IDs when they enter the polling location. It is also Wi-Fi enabled to let you know that. And it also syncs in real time to the local boards of election. It also shows the poll worker the voter's party of choice, and it loads the ballot onto a green card the size of a credit card, and it's widely used across the state of Georgia. During the general election, I was a poll manager in Cobb County. Leading up to that election, I received emails weekly from county election managers. None of these emails mentioned that a software person would be with me in the enclosed area at my polling location. Just to let you know, the Sunday before voting, I receive a very thick binder. It is required that if a poll watcher is to be in the enclosed area, a list of poll watchers will be in this binder. I did not have poll watchers. A nice gentleman by the name of Lucas was in my enclosed area for the entire day. He was a software person, I was told, and he was there to address any issues I had with software. Lucas sat at the end of the poll pad station the entire day. He did use his cell phone. Just to let you know, strict rules. No one is to use a cell phone in the enclosed area except the poll manager and the person at the provisional table. He had a sheet that I was required to sign every hour stating that he was present. Also, when he took a lunch break. I don't remember what was on that sheet. I just signed my name to it stating that he was there. I also didn't know what he was doing on his phone. He sat at a specific chair at the end of the table, and his back was to the wall. The first issue we had on the poll pad, this was not related to absentee ballots, just to let you know, came up when a driver's license was scanned. The voter went through the process on the poll pad. They had walked away and came back. The person working at the poll pad called me over, and it said that this voter has already voted on the poll pad. I went over, the voter said, I didn't vote, it didn't work in the machine. But another voter had already gone to that machine. So we put it in, it clearly stated that. We go to the manual, there's a poll pad manual. That was not an option as an error. So the software person who I look to as the expert didn't have an explanation or an answer. He's not permitted to touch anything on the screen. So we went through to cancel that card and reissue it. I made a note that I would have a canceled ballot at that time, and we reissued that voter card to that voter so that he can continue to vote. In the primary, I had worked the poll pad at a different location. I myself processed 300 voters, and that screen never happened. So I never had seen that screen before. The font on it, the way it came up, looked completely different. It was just something I had never seen before. So later in the day, I made a note of that at my desk because I knew every hour it's the manager or assistant manager's responsibility to track how many voters you have checked in at your location. And you do that by looking at the poll pad, counting how many people are at the machines, and looking at the scanner. Sometimes you're off a little bit, and I knew I would be off by one by that canceled ballot. I was at the beginning, right after that voter. This screen, though, came up a few more times. In the interim, I received a call from Janine that stated I should not have canceled that ballot. I should have just reissued the card. I'm new. I said, okay, fine, I will write that out on my report at the end of the night. I made a note that I'll be off one. However, in the middle of the afternoon, when the assistant manager was doing this report, he said, oh, great, our numbers are balanced. And he used to be the manager of that location. I was glad to have someone with so much experience. I didn't understand how our numbers were correct. If we had 4 people had gone through, I still was thinking in my head I should have one off. I didn't understand why I still wasn't one off, but he was excited. We were balanced. I thought, okay, it's my first time. I didn't know the report balanced, all of our numbers balanced. That still was kind of bothering me that our numbers were off. I did not understand who Lucas worked for. Cobb County has a separate tech person that comes with a Cobb County badge on. Lucas didn't wear a Cobb County badge. The Cobb County tech person comes and checks on us and then leaves. So I'm not sure who he worked for exactly. I am going to be a manager again next week, and I asked if he was going to be there. He was just referred to as a software person, so I'm not sure which company he represents. After the election and the news was happening, I called down to Robert Sinners with the Georgia GOP to see if I could help with anything. And I did go down and work at the voter fraud line down in Buckhead. In working there, I received multiple calls from other poll workers, managers, assistant managers throughout the state of Georgia reporting that they also received the same screen that I received, which I thought was odd. And one specific poll manager said that he received this screen on over 20 voters. It stuck out to him that he received this screen because to him, the voters all were young. They seemed to be first-time voters. They were in their late teens, early 20s. He was in a predominantly Republican area, so to him, that stuck out to him that they were all young voters. For me, my voters were also Republican, but were not young, so I didn't make a correlation with the age. So I entered that into the Georgia GOP system and left it at that. I had another woman, to move on from the technology, who called. She and her husband voted in Buckhead during advanced voting. This is about the veteran. She regretted not taking a picture and went back to the Secretary of State site to check that their votes were logged in. She discovered that her vote was logged in and that her husband's was not. This bothered me because my father is a veteran, and her husband's vote did not register on the site. So that bothered me very much. I again logged that into the Georgia GOP system. I had 2 callers from Dunwoody who mentioned that they went to their respective polls. They have been voting in Dunwoody their whole lives. They are longtime Dunwoody residents. This is in DeKalb County. They found it odd that their poll workers were not the same poll workers they had always seen their whole lives. They're used to seeing community members. They said, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, who are like grandparents from the neighborhood, are always at their polls. They showed up and they did not see any of these same people there. They thought they had maybe outsourced the workers at the polls. The other caller said the same thing. They also noticed this one specific caller said there were no cars in the parking lot except one covered with Biden signs, and that a van came and picked up all of the workers from that poll. And they seemed to be young college students working. They were very concerned about this, and they wondered why community people were not working at their polls. I myself worked advanced voting in Cobb County. I also noticed that there were not a lot of community members working. I actually worked on the poll pads, which are different when you work advanced voting. And I get paid more money when I work the poll pads. And I thought that was odd. As a community member and Cobb County resident, I get paid less money as a temp worker would. So I
McKellen,
was a little upset about
I've got a couple of deadlines to
Yes.
meet here, but could you kind of summarize?
Yes,
really
that's
quick?
about, I'm at the end. The other caller from Dunwoody, to go back to the QR codes, had an issue that Democrat ballots had one QR code on them and Republican ballots had two QR codes on it, and that they were directed to different scanners. My reason of bringing that up is I had logged in a lot of issues while I was down there for weeks into that system, and including Uwakava ballots that also had issues, and overseas people with the watermarks, and people were not followed up on. And this was my first election being involved. I'm licensed by the state of Georgia. I know if I don't follow rules and regulations, I get in trouble. And I don't know who is following up and who is standing up for residents of our great state. So if the Georgia GOP is not following up with people, if the Secretary of State is not following up with people, and our guidelines and rules, and I get that book and I put up signs in our voting locations with these OCGA rules, I don't know who is following them and who is enforcing them. And that's my concern, because if an assistant poll manager tells me he doesn't have time to remove a sign that a Democrat puts out that is a call to the Democrat office for voter fraud that's right outside the door of a voting location because he doesn't have time and nobody is checking all of these rules we post, I don't understand that. So I just don't know who is protecting the people and who's protecting our votes. So this was my first year being involved in our election process, and I'm just wondering who's protecting us. So that's why I'm here, and I have a lot of notes from, I also watched the recount in Cobb County, and I know I don't have a lot of time to share all of that with you, but I did bring it all down for you.
Thank you for coming down and being willing to share what you
Yes.
saw and your concerns. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll,
Thank you.
now, if we could have Dana Smith and Susie Voiles come in real quick.
That's what I had. Thank you.
Let Mr. Pitt know he's coming up next. Well, and have listed. Okay, all right. Okay. Hey, Ms. Smith, I believe you.
If
believe
I
you were here
look
last time, but
familiar,
I
yes.
think that you've had some challenges since your testimony here. If you could just relate that really
I have.
quickly.
Yes.
That would be appreciated. And tell us where you're from, what election, what county you worked in, and
You
what has
bet.
happened to you since your testimony.
I'll pass these around just so people have them as a refresher. I'm Dana Smith. I live in Hartwell, Hart County. I did testify to you before. Since that time, I have not read the editorial that appeared in our local paper, but I heard from a couple neighbors, and my husband heard from some people at his work. They said, wow, are you comfortable with your election office really slandering your wife in the newspaper like that since she testified? Also, I have not been invited back as a poll worker again for the January 5th election, so I'm pretty sure I'm not really in great standing in my own county where I live, which has been pretty difficult. I came to you as just a concerned citizen. That's who I am. Who happened to work as a poll worker and then a poll watcher, and I'm feeling a lot of repercussions for doing that. I addressed some of my concerns that are listed on the paper you have in front of you, but today I want to very quickly address concerns I have in the third paragraph from the bottom. I'll read that paragraph to you. It's very short. I was asked to be a poll watcher the following Monday, November 16th, and discovered that, and this was when we were counting these actual physical absentee paper ballots. During that counting process, one of the poll workers who was counting absentee paper ballots asked the question, since we aren't even looking at any signatures in this ballot count that we're doing, who has verified these signatures on these absentee ballots? And a lady, probably, I'm guessing in her 70s, said, oh, I personally am the one who verified about 90% of these ballots. And so the question was posed, well, do you have any special education or training in, are you a handwriting expert? What are your qualifications that you were able to yourself validate 90% of our absentee ballots in our county? And she said, well, I don't have any special training. It's really not difficult. People's signatures never really change. My only real challenge is that I'm comparing these signatures to that little electronic pad that people just scribble their name on when they go get their driver's license at the Georgia Department of Driver Service. And so that really bothered me. I thought, here's this lady, she's all by herself, she has no training or qualifications, and she's who's verifying the signatures on our absentee ballots. I sent a little thumb drive in with a photo. Could we pull that up, please? With that in mind, I talked to my daughter, who's a college student. These may be too hard for you to see, so I do have copies to send around for you. You can pass those around while I'm talking. My daughter is a college student. She attends university out west, and she voted absentee ballot. And so my daughter's absentee ballot would have gone through this very woman's hands in verifying her signature. This woman who said that people's signatures never change, I wanted to bring you something to show you my own daughter's signature. This is with her permission. She wasn't thrilled that you would be seeing her driver's license photos, and she would appreciate it if these didn't leave this room. On your upper left, that arrow number 1, you see her signature on her passport. This is her actual passport signature. Item number 2, on the right, the top one, is her South Carolina driver's license signature. We moved to Georgia in the spring from South Carolina. You'll see the issue date on the South Carolina license was in 2018. If you look where the red arrow is pointing, you see what her signature looked like there 2 years ago. You can compare that to her passport photo signature, and I think you can tell that her signature did indeed change. But even more startling is when you look at number 3. Number 3 is her Georgia driver's license, which if you look at the issue date, that was done in July of 2020. If you look at the arrow pointing at that signature, it is shocking the difference between signatures. That signature on her Georgia driver's license, that scribble down there on number 3, is what that woman would have been using to confirm my daughter's signature on her absentee ballot. I asked my daughter why she signed it like that, why it looked like
Ms.
that.
Smith, could you, I got about 2 more minutes before
Okay.
we wrap up.
Great.
I need to wrap it on up.
So my point is, that woman, these women, these people in all of these election offices are actually have some of the most powerful positions in our state and in our country, because they are single-handedly, without oversight, our elected officials took away some of the safeguards for verification on these signatures, which you can see is ridiculous to be verifying my daughter's vote with that signature that she scribbled on the electronic pad at the Department of Licensing. I do not appreciate my elected officials taking away safeguards in our voting. I believe it was Ronald Reagan who famously once said, "Trust but verify." Our elected officials have taken away strong verification pieces, missing chain of custody pieces, missing signature verification pieces on absentee votes. I'm sorry, it's not okay with me to just trust. I can't just trust. We need to be allowed to have it verified. I am begging you before January 5th, please put the pieces back in place that were removed that protect people's votes, the verification. We should not be required to just trust with
Thank-
no verification.
Thank you for coming, Ms. Smith. Now with Susie Voiles.
Good afternoon. I had to see what time it was. I had to look down and check.
Yes, yes.
I know you've been here a long time. Most of you have either read or heard a lot of my testimony. So I'm just going to remind you that I have been a poll worker for 20 years. My name is Susan Voiles. My friends call me Susie. Please feel free to do so. And I was the one that discovered an extra large batch of pristine ballots, and even more remarkably, they were all marked the same. And by marked the same, I don't mean just the same machine marking. I mean every candidate was exactly the same on both sides of the ballot through those 107 that were for Joseph Biden, even the referendums, even the commissioners. So with that being said, I've offered you a little update on what's happened to me. You should all have a letter from me, actually, from my attorney stating that, well, the first letter is from Fulton County releasing me from my 20-year position. It thanked me for my service at first. It was thank you very much, but you know your position's not guaranteed. I've been around the block enough to know exactly what they were saying, and that bothered me. A letter was sent in on my behalf designating whistleblower status, and one of my concerns is you also have a copy of the oath of office we take. And in there's a line designating that during the election, I will do whatever I can to avoid any fraud, deceit, or abuse, not only during the election, but the continuance thereof. And that's when I saw these ballots, was the continuance thereof of the elections. What I'm concerned about now is that my colleagues who are upholding this same oath of office, who've been managing polls or just working in polls, to make sure that the constitutional integrity of votes is protected, are going to suffer some of the same fates and be reluctant to say, this is what I have seen. I have received nothing from Fulton County except that Richard Barron has slandered what I've worked hard over the last quite a few decades of my life to maintain my honest integrity and to maintain a good reputation. Proverbs says, a good name is to be treasured over riches. And I really believe that. And I've sought to do that in my dealings with everyone. And it just seemed rather odd to me that I did not get any response from him except an open response in the media. The other issue that I think is very interesting, even though he has not responded, my direct supervisor and some of the other supervisors have been in contact with me, that they were sure I was going to be reinstated. And I don't think it's the matter of reinstatement that is of issue today. It's if we uphold our oath and we see fraud and we act upon that, how is that going to be received by any county officials? Are people going to suffer retribution? I was grateful to hear from my other supervisors that they thought I would be reinstated. The one thing I'm asking you to do is just to do your job. You guys have been wonderful. I really appreciate giving an open venue for people to discuss their concerns, but I'm asking you to protect not only me, but protect others against poll officials who are employed there from having retribution taken against them. The other thing that I've thought about, is my friends who have come from communist countries, whether it's Cambodia, China, Vietnam, my friends who've come from totalitarian regimes in Venezuela and Cuba. These people came here because of what we have to offer in our country. If we, the last bastion of hope, are not going to have a commitment against communism and tyranny, we're going to be no better than what Joseph Stalin said. Remember, he said, we allow the people to cast the votes, but we decide who is elected. And I am fearful if we don't straighten out the system, that's where we're going to wind up. But thank you again for your time, and you all have a happy new year.
Thank you. Mr. Shealy? Yes, thank you, Ms. Thank you. Ms. Foils. Are there any questions for Ms. Foils before Ms. Shealy? No. Okay, thank you. Mr. Shealy, did you want to mention something? Just one thing.
Well, Mr. Chairman and the committee members, I respectfully request that you afford just a couple of minutes to Javon Pulitzer. He's just informed me of some very serious new evidence that he's just obtained from a Fulton County voting polling place within the last hour, and I think this committee needs to hear this.
Okay, we'll give, can you do it just a couple of minutes, 2 minutes?
So as we all know, there's multiple teams working on this, and our technology team's into it. And as was broke early in the week and last week about connected devices, at this very moment at a polling location in the county, not only do we now have access through the devices to the poll pad, the system, but we are in. And it's not supposed to have Wi-Fi, and that's not supposed to be able to happen. So we've documented now. It's communicating two ways in real time, meaning it's receiving data and sending data. Should never happen, shouldn't be Wi-Fi. We've now documented it in real time so we can suck down the data. But that's going on right there where everybody's voting. And I just wanted to get it into the record.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Jones? Senator
One of
Jones?
those, is it a mobile precinct or is it a?
No, it's a standing building.
Okay.
That this should not happen. And be. Shouldn't happen in any way, but this is another one in real time. Won't disclose location because every location is being checked, but we've now confirmed it 100%.
Right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Senator Beach, did you, and now come to Sil Beach and Tillery. Did you have a question? Okay, well, Senator Tillery.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We've heard that there's 3 different types of machines: a scanner, a ballot marking device, and a polling pad.
Right.
Do you know which one it is communicating, or can you tell that? Or is it...
Right now, what you heard in the past was coming through the thermostat and stuff. This is now a more direct access way, and so this is coming through the polling pad device where they're checking everything. But now, it only takes one device where you daisy chain them together and do it. The most important thing is that shouldn't be two-waying and even shouldn't be accessible or on, and it's there. Were there any other questions?
Could I ask him one question? What effect could somebody with dishonest purposes, what could that person do given this access that's going on right now in Fulton County?
Statistically, what can be going on when you have an operation like this is as that data is being exchanged and somebody's in it, can actually siphon off that data, modify the data, and feed it right back into the system, or kind of do a pump and dump in real time, right? It's kind of like at home when we all used to have a dial-up and you're connected to the internet and doing what you're doing, and then all your kids get on and the bandwidth goes down and everybody clogs. It creates that kind of atmosphere where not only are you in the system, but then once you get into the machine, you can do stuff in real time, changing its intent. That's what it opens up.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Halliburton, did you want to say something you want to pass? Or?
I'm just going to briefly summarize.
Okay.
Just from my seat here, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I represent a number of these individuals that came forth. I have a list of them, military, on to first-time voters, family members. We can't bring them all in here. We've got a major problem. I'm now having to represent pro bono people that have been terminated for coming before this honorable body to follow an oath to do their duty. We can't have that in this country. That's something you'd see in Saddam Hussein's Iran or something. They whisk you off if you have a differing opinion. You know, they say that nothing good happens after midnight, and I think that summarizes this entire election. Donald Trump won Georgia. He lost, apparently, major cities in swing states in the middle of the night on one category of vote, these mail-in votes. We've got a major problem here in Georgia. My research, which is ongoing, and I'll tender that to the committee members, I choose not to make it public right now for fear of retaliation as well. We've got a major problem in the Secretary of State's office. I'm not willing to say there's impropriety. I'm not taking that jump. But it's going to take some smart people on both sides of the aisle, Republican and Democrat, to come together and solve this. We have an administration there that's never handled this massive of a presidential election. First time that they've handled it. We've got problems. Let's smart people come together and let's figure out a solution. And this is coming from someone who's not a Republican or Democrat, just a rational Georgian trying to come up with some solutions. I've enjoyed working with the Giuliani legal team. They're very credible people, all these experts. This is not some farcical conspiracy. Very legitimate people, very top-notch experts trying to get it right. I'm asking you to do the same. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Now we're going to hit Mr. Bobby Pitton on, he's on Zoom. If he's still there. He's been waiting a long time. Do you have Bobby Pitton?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I don't know if my camera's working. I think that's on your end. If you want to put your camera on, that's fine. But I can just talk. But I can't touch.
I think it's on your side.
Are you sure? The host asked.
That's
yeah. Okay. There we go.
Okay.
Sounds good. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. I've got some really interesting news to report, and I'm grateful for the senator.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, and then what you're going to tell us. And we have limited time, so we'll need for you to get to the essence of it, Mr. Pitt.
Absolutely. My name is Bobby Pitton. I'm from the suburbs of Chicago, Illinois. I have a background in finance, economics. I have my MBA from Northwestern School, Kellogg and Strategy, and I'm working on my financial engineering degree just as a side thing. I love math. I've traded billions of shares of stock over my career, and I love reverse engineering, how systems work in a nutshell. And so let's just jump right into it, if you don't mind, since, like you said, we're out of time. We're going to run out of time. So I went through, basically what I did is I went through Fulton County, and I looked at 6 other surrounding counties. So the 6 counties that I looked at, in addition to Fulton, were Cherokee, Clayton, Cobb, Fayette, Forsyth, and Gwinnett. Now, they might not be exactly around it, but I wanted to just get a little bit of a sample of some counties that would be next to Fulton. And starting with the Fulton results, I thought it was fascinating that of all the people in Fulton in my data set, there's about 66,636 unique first names. There's 66,636 first names. Of those names, 46,796 only have one instance of that first name. Now on the last names, there's 105,558 last names, but 46,000 have only one instance. So 70% of all the names that are available for people in Fulton are unique. They have one instance of that first name, and 43% of the last names. Now, why is this significant, and why should every American be able to understand this concept? Nationwide, there's about 150,000 last names that account for about 90% of the U.S. population. 150,000 total last names are 90% of the country. So there's about one last name for every 2,000. There's about 2,000 people for every one of those most popular last names on average. Now the ratio of first names to last names is about 30 to 1. 33 to 1 or so. So there's about 5,200 names that 90% of the people that you will come across in your life share. I mean, they're going to be one of those 5,200 names based on the statistics. I'm looking to get the whole data set for the country. I'd love to run a more accurate number, but this is just what I pulled off online. So you can see that right out of the gate, you have only 60,000 unique last names in Fulton with 20,000 first names. It's 3 to 1 ratio versus 33 to 1. So it's a really, really big problem. So now I just wanted to make sure, is this a fluke? Is this possible? Maybe the surrounding counties will account for some of this. Maybe there's a bunch of people, there's only one of that person in Fulton, but then they're going to be they have family in Cherokee, they have family in Cobb, they have family in somewhere else, right? So I decided to look at that. And what I found is the number of unique first names jumps up, which is counterintuitive. The larger the sample size, the number of names should not just skyrocket off of it, because you should more likely be running into other people that have a similar last name.
Yeah.
Well,
Mr. Penn, let me ask you a quick question. Can you jump to your conclusion, because I've got one more witness, and
sure,
I've got to.
Here's the conclusion. Okay, right now you have a situation where the number of people with unique first names and the number of people with unique last names is so out of kilter that the only explanation could be that these are fake people. So what I wrote up, and I'll read it out, and then and this should hopefully sum it up, depending on how much time you have, is Georgia's complete mismatch in over the number of unique instances of first names, the overabundance of unique instances of last name, and the number of people in the first name category that kind of skews the last name category that skews it. When you compare that to Pennsylvania, it just so happens I did Pennsylvania first, and the results in Georgia are far worse than Pennsylvania. So this is what I wrote. Folks, this is how Georgia and Pennsylvania are intertwined, because a very powerful calculating domestic and or foreign actor ran an optimizer between these two states as though there were two stocks in a portfolio and calculated which voters were disposable. So when I took the top 1,000 names in Pennsylvania, you'll find that there's 440,000 last names. From based on what I just said with the national database. I did the same thing with Georgia. And I did this before I got called to do this testimony, by the way. So I already wrote this up about, I think, 6 days ago. With over 2 million people between these two data sets, the differential between how much Georgia is overstating how many people should be in the sample size is offsetting the shortage of people in Pennsylvania. There's a shortage of 440,000 people that should exist in Pennsylvania, and there's an overage of 428,000 people in Georgia. So literally less than 12,000, 0.6% on over 2 million records. And it gets even better than that. When you run the correlation between the last names in Pennsylvania and the same last names in Georgia, the same ones, like literally looking at Smiths, looking at Williams, et cetera, you have a negative 42% correlation. And I think the reason it isn't higher is there's some people with last names that didn't make the top 1,000 names in Georgia. But if you adjusted for that, I'm sure the correlation would shoot up. There is no doubt in my mind that based on the evidence, Stacey Abrams, if she was involved with this, because she says she's taking credit for this election, she needs to be arrested for probable cause. Your Secretary of State should be arrested for probable cause. Anybody can pull this data back down for the state of Georgia and run the analysis themselves. I will tweet exactly how to do it. You can set it up in Excel. If you have a computer with Excel, I will show you the instructions. You can do these counts yourself, and you can see for yourself that it makes no sense that basically 1 out of every 2 people in Fulton that have a particular name, that 1 out of every 2 that you have is only one other person. There's no other person in Fulton when you run into somebody that has that name. It makes absolutely no sense. It's just mind-boggling that they were that lazy in creating this fraud. That's the only reason why I was able to catch this. I think that they were sloppy. The data is there, and I pulled up one last thing I want to mention. So I wanted to drill down and pull into
Mr.
one
Pitton,
person's name.
I have about to run out of time, and I've got one more person that's been on hold.
Okay, can I give like 60 seconds? Can I just get 60 seconds, please?
30 seconds.
So, okay, Williams. I ran, there's 2 years. Williams in Fulton County, age 25, 26, and age 28 to 29, somewhere in there. All of a sudden, there's 160 of them that showed up, and there's 205 of them that showed up at 29. All the other ages around them were only one person, both directions. But those two age groups, a huge pocket showed up. I looked at those people, and would you believe that the first names of those people that just randomly showed up with the last names Williams, which I said is overstated by at least 2 times what it should be based on national statistics, was 45%. 45% of 300 plus people had a unique name from a subgroup of that name. And the same analysis applies on all these other last names as well. It proves my point that these people were manufactured, thrown back in time, and their identities are false. And we need the feds and the Justice Department to investigate this. I copy people on Twitter with the Justice Department, and I hope Ezra Cohen hears this message, and the President of the United States hears this message. Arrests need to be made. This is absolutely disgusting and outrageous.
Thank you, Mr. Pitton, for your
Anybody could prove it. I could show them how to prove it in an afternoon. You don't need 3 days. Okay. I'll show you in 2 hours.
We've got to go.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, now we'll go to Linda McLaughlin.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for sticking through this. My name is Linda McLaughlin. I have a background in politics and media. I have an MBA in business, and I am a part of the Data Integrity Group. One of the things that we have unfortunately seen is that no one has presented data. We hope to remedy that this afternoon. I'll be introducing my 2 colleagues here, Dave LeBeau and Justin Mealy, both of who are data scientists, and we will look at data. Please understand that data is numerical. It is not partisan. It has no red or blue attached to it. It is just numbers, and numbers is all we need to prove what we're trying to tell you today. I'll turn it over to Justin.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks for inviting us to speak here. My name is Justin Mealy. I'm a 9.5-year veteran of the U.S. Navy as an electronic warfare technician and Arabic linguist, 4 years of which I spent at your very own Fort Gordon in Augusta. Then after that, a CIA contractor as a data analyst, programmer for the National Counterterrorism Center, and then now currently work for one of the big 4 accounting firms as a programmer, data scientist, everything in between. Okay. So the first thing I want to say real quick is that what we're not here to speak about, we're not here to speak about dead voters, illegal votes, out-of-state voters, that type of thing, right? Because although that might have happened and it might have affected the election, we can't prove it from a data perspective that because a dead voter voted, that they voted for Joe Biden. So because of that, we've thrown out that type of thing. We're only here to talk about hard data. So when you do hard data analysis, the most important thing you can ask is, what data are you analyzing? So we use 3 separate data sources, right? The first data source comes from the New York Times as a JSON feed. It's called the Edison data source. And that Edison data feed is a time series based data. When I say time series, I mean you have different vote releases at different intervals, and we can kind of see that votes are incremented at different intervals, right? Then the second data source actually feeds that data source, which you're going to see in the video that's coming. That second data source is the CITL data source. That CITL data source kind of bifurcates that data and sends sends the data exactly to the Edison data feed and sends that to the Secretary of State. So your Secretary of State's data that you're actually basing the certification process off of is that CITL data for all intents and purposes. Now, because the Secretary of State data gets it after the CITL server, what happens then is the Secretary of State could possibly change that. So we use a third data source, which is the Secretary of State data, to verify that the data totals down all the way down the line. Okay. So with that being said, there was a question earlier I heard from a senator where he asked something about, how many votes did something happen? How many votes, was it enough to change the election for Donald Trump or whatever like that, right? And I want to say that just about that question in particular, I think the person answered there were about 50 votes, 100 votes, that type of thing. I want to answer that question in particular to say that any change in that data set, you see, if there was a fraudulent activity that occurred, then you're looking at post-fraudulent data, okay? So if I went into my calculator and I entered in 1 + 1 + 2, right? And then I got -6 at the end, from a time series perspective, I'm gonna see 0 and I'm gonna see -6, and I will never have seen all the data that happened in between. So that's what we're talking about here when we're talking about data, okay? That being said, the thing I want to kind of conclude on before I turn over to David is that what we have here is we actually have fraud that we can prove in this election. There was fraud in Georgia's election. We can prove it with data. And because we can prove it with data, the voting will of the people of Georgia is not reflected in what was certified by the Secretary of State. So Dave is our lead data scientist, and go ahead.
Thank you, Justin, and thank you everyone for inviting us here today to speak. I'm Dave LeBeau, a data scientist with over a decade of experience working directly with structured and unstructured data across a number of industries, specialized in machine learning and more recently artificial intelligence. I've worked with a multitude of data structures in the financial services, telecommunications, and in primary research consulting industries. The analysis we're going to be reviewing is purely scientific and not based on any political affiliation of red, blue, left, or right. We objectively focus on numbers, data, and machine network systems. Based on our extensive analysis across precinct, county, and state voting results, we've identified over 40 data points where negative voting or outright vote switching across candidates has totaled over 200,000 votes. Separately, we've applied machine learning algorithms that are regularly used for anomaly detection of fraud in financial services that flagged over 500 precincts with over 1 million corresponding votes that exhibited suspicious activity. So what's important to note here is that in alignment with standard fraud investigations, we've applied a rigorous, systematic, and sophisticated process that has consistently identified data points that other industries, including financial services, would label as suspicious activity or definitively declare fraudulent. So I'll pause and with this in mind, I want to make this a little bit more relatable. And if you can take a moment just to think about how your online banking experience works. You probably have a checking, savings, and credit card account all on a single screen. Your online banking is designed so that built into this website interface is a back-end connection to a database. And this will store all of your balances, including your deposits or withdrawals. So you can review your statement each month or in real time, confirm that the transactions you made are accurate and true. So imagine now you logged into your account on November 5th and you noticed that there were something to the magnitude of 50 transfers across your accounts. Let's say you even deposited a few checks on the 3rd and 4th, and you would expect to see these transactions for each of the individual amounts you deposited. Now, instead, imagine your activity reflects these deposits going into your account, then being switched to a checking account, sometimes as an exact dollar amount, and other times being broken apart into slices and switched intermittently across different slice magnitudes. Now, this is obviously strange in itself and deeply concerning from a data integrity standpoint. Now, also imagine that some of these deductions are sent externally, and so the money is leaving your account entirely. You can see the exact amount that it's deducted and where it was sent that you did not authorize. So this is what we have identified within the voting system data that has been confirmed to align with the Secretary of State data that's used to certify these election results. The data is freely available to the public, but does require some advanced programming skills to extract, parse, and join these data sets in order to bring these types of insights to light. We're part of an independent team that has, in the spirit of transparency, made all of our analysis, programs, and data public so anyone can independently replicate. We've also put out a series of videos that help translate some of our more complicated analysis, which we're going to play here, that will help reinforce the message and maybe a different point of view that will help make these concepts more digestible.
I don't think there's any audio. I don't know if you meant to have audio. There's no audio.
Yeah, we can't hear it, guys.
You may be on mute. Oh, there we go. Thanks. Receiving over 90% in a precinct is a marker for fraud. In Fulton County alone, we can see that more than 150 precincts voted 90% or more for Biden. In the statewide race that was decided by less than 13,000 votes, these 150 Fulton precincts alone accounted for 152,000 Biden votes. This is a clear indicator of suspicious or outright fraudulent activity.
We've scanned 113,130 as of moments ago. We've adjudicated 106,000 plus of those.
Adjudication, the process of reviewing a ballot that may have been flagged during the ballot scanning process.
The only ballots that are adjudicated are if we have a ballot with a contest on it in which there's some question as to how the computer reads it. So the vote review panel then determines voter intent.
In 94 precincts in DeKalb County, it is statistically impossible to have 9 out of 10 voters voting for Joe Biden.
We've just seen a few examples of statistical irregularities and impossibilities. Now, we'll take a closer look at some vote manipulation within the election database, including explicit vote count switching from one candidate to another. We can see in Dodge County, there's a lot of strange activity going on. The left side of the screen shows incremental votes as they were reported for both election day and absentee. On the right, we can see the total vote counts, which should only be incremental, moving as the county reported in real time. Again, here we're focusing only on Donald Trump's votes. So this wouldn't necessarily be captured at the state totals as they're reported on TV, since one county's deduction in votes can be offset by another county's reporting of equal or greater votes. The first question you're going to want to ask, or already have asked, is why are any bars going negative? And the answer is they shouldn't. Unbeknownst to the general public, votes for Donald Trump were being switched and removed from his total, which often coincided with other precinct updates that simultaneously offset deductions so that they appeared to remain neutral to outside observers. Across the 3 counties of Dodge, Daughtry, and Putnam, Trump has over 30,000 votes that simply disappear. Here, we have clear visibility of an event that occurred at the county level as we compare 2 data sources. In this case, Donald Trump reported 29,391 votes at 9/11 local time in Bibb County, Georgia. Simultaneously, Joe Biden was reported to have 17,218 votes. Minutes later, at the next reported time update from the precinct data sources, Donald Trump was reported to have 17,218 votes, and Biden now has 29,391 votes. A clear and exact switch of vote totals between candidates. Because there is a time lag between each state reported aggregation of county results, this type of switch can go undetected in state reporting, as long as it falls after the latest state refresh and before the next state update.
According to the Georgia Secretary of State website, Trump lost by 12,670 votes. As you saw earlier in this video, far more than that were taken from President Trump. In statistics, an anomaly or outlier is an observation or event that deviates so much from other events that it arouses suspicions in its generation. In this, an isolation forced is defined as a specialized learning algorithm for anomaly detection that works to the principle of isolating these outliers and flagging them for potential review. Remember these graphs when you meet your government officials in person. The burden of proof is on the system to prove our elections were fair, and not the people.
Okay, so here's how your voters counted in Georgia using Fulton County's process as an example. So after you check in at a poll pad to vote on election day, you go to an ImageCast precinct terminal. After you cast your vote, a ballot image is saved on the machine. And after all the polls close, the SD cards containing all the ballot images are removed from the terminals and transported by car to, in Fulton County, one of 4 drop-off locations. Then it's transferred by police escort to the 1365 English Street warehouse. Inside of there, it is run through a tabulation software called Democracy Suite, which counts the ballots and exports the totals to a Dominion server that inserts those totals into a SQL Server database. From that point, it's directly transmitted to the CITL election night reporting server. The election night reporting server is responsible for transmitting the totals to the Secretary of State for output to their website, and data aggregators like Edison who then transmit that data to the networks.
As you just saw, there's a standard process for transferring votes by memory card from precinct to county vote aggregators. Now, let's focus specifically on this square box detailing the data entry process for county updates. The following options are available to anyone with access to these computers working in the election software: updating vote batches, rejecting vote batches, and even more notable, generating new or temporary batches that can be injected directly into the vote tally. Each of these options can then be validated and published into the system. Again, anyone working in the election software at this point has the power to manipulate large batches of votes. And all of this is before the data is even uploaded to the server.
What should have happened during the validation process? Were there 2 observers from both parties present for the transmission of the SD card? Were there 2 observers from both parties present in the car when the votes were taken to the drop-off locations? Is there a public log of these exchanges at the various drop-off points and locations? Why are elected officials not asking these questions about our most sacred right to vote?
Okay, so real quick, I just want to jump in there, and if you can go back to that chart, I want to reference 2 things on side there. The diagram. Okay, so in this diagram here, as I was telling you earlier, we use this CITL source, that election night reporting source. We have their data for all of Georgia. Also, we have the data that comes from the New York Times, or the New York Times Edison part on the right side there, right? And for all intents and purposes, that election night reporting is going from there directly to the Secretary of State, right? This is the same data. It's the exact same data. Now, the thing is that in every single aspect of this chart, from the poll pad, which doesn't really affect the thing, to the ballot marking device, more importantly, these actual ballot marking devices on the precincts, when they are tabulated at the end of the polling period, and the kind of these SD cards are removed, or sort of the compact flash drives are removed, they're transmitted by person to these drop-off points, tabulated, and so on and so forth. This whole process is a machine-to-machine transfer for all intents and purposes, using humans as a medium, but at the same time, you're not having people enter, for instance, into a spreadsheet, these totals. Because you're not having people enter these totals into a spreadsheet, that removes the entire layer and the entire argument for any kind of human entry error, because there's no human being entering anything anywhere in here. You can't show me a place where a human being enters stuff in here. Now, if there were a human being entering something in there, then that would point to a type of fraud, or a fraud aspect of this whole thing. So the point is that our data that's showing these negative drops is coming from a machine-to-machine source. There's no reason that at any point something should be subtracted. And I want to make that very, very clear, that at no point in an incremental process should you decrement. Dave?
Are there any questions? No. Sorry.
To add to that too, I wanted to highlight just very quickly. I know we're short on time, but we mentioned the RTR software options in the video, and what's important here is that this is built into the software itself, so that when anyone logs into their Windows or Apple machines, you have a certain set of maybe you have parental controls on there for children, but in this particular case, there's no overarching controls, and this type of flexibility of options you see here on that 1 through 4 is available. So there's a situation where new batches can be recreated, you can reject, which is outside of this typical chain of sequence within this network diagram, where votes should go in at the polling locations. Votes should be counted at the absentee counting locations and through SD cards, and only in extreme situations, if there was an adjudication, are those processes should they be altered. And the fact that this exists anywhere within this sort of sequential supply is a vulnerability in the overall system. So this is here to identify that vulnerability exists, and also to reinforce the fact that what we had seen in our data analysis of votes going negative is should be outside of that process and also should not exist, because we are thinking about a machine talking to a machine talking to a machine. And a machine, unless it's explicitly programmed to decrement, should not decrement, especially in a voting situation. Similar as the way you deposit money into a bank account, you mentioned earlier, votes, no different. You only are adding here. And if there's a removal, there needs to be a very good explanation as to why. And that has not been provided, and simply nor is it consistent with how the data is structured and what we've seen in our analysis as to any part of the process that would be consistent with normal or routine legal voting.
Are there any questions?
Can I make one brief, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman,
yes.
one brief note?
Yes.
Just as a point of reference, in layman's terms, please understand that the data that your Secretary of State's office is certifying with is the same data that shows these negative decrements, is the same data that they are receiving, is what the New York Times is reporting, is what the networks are reporting. So either the Secretary of State's office is recording and certifying results that have negative errors and fraudulent votes in them, or someone is giving them negative information. We're not here to point fingers. We're just here to tell you that the certification of votes and the votes that were submitted for the state of Georgia have negative swings in them and have decrements in them. And these are errors, and they are not representative for the state of Georgia and how the state of Georgia's voters voted.
Wow.
Mr. Chairman, may I also add something?
Yes.
So there was a point in that video where we showed, I think it was Richard Barron, who had said that 113,000 votes were cast, 105,000 were adjudicated, right?
Right.
Now, that's not physically possible, which we can prove mathematically, but at the same time, if you adjudicate 105,000 votes, you have to understand from a technological perspective, as we've delved into all the different aspects of how the vote moves along. When you adjudicate a ballot, that old reference, the image that you saw or anything like that, is completely destroyed. It's gone. You can no longer reference that thing. And when you go run a hand recount, like you did in Georgia, you're looking at the printouts of those ballot scans. So at no point did the original voter intent enter into that process once it's destroyed. And that's the one thing I don't really hear people talking about, which is very, very important, is that original ballot that you cast, especially from an absentee point, is destroyed and replaced with a new image with no metadata, no trail, and even from an audit perspective, it would fail because from an audit perspective, they're all using the same account to audit, so you don't know who made that change. You don't know how many times that change was made in the past. And if I had a group of two people, the Republican and Democrat, which used to be three people, but if I had a group of two people that was auditing something, and then they changed that changed the ballot image, and then the other people from the League of Women Voters then audited that exact same ballot, the only thing you would see from the end perspective, data-wise, is that final audit. You would not see any intermediate audit or any intermediate ballot image or the original ballot image. So keep that in mind when we're talking about adjudicated ballots. That should be a very severe thing to have to audit something. And when you're freely saying that there's 105,000 ballots that were audited, either you are saying that there's some kind of impossibility in the auditing process, or that you don't know what an audit means. And this person is in charge of the elections in Fulton County. So I just want to.
The major point is that if every vote counts, and we're seeing vote swings where there are changes, whether it's one vote, 30,000 votes, 200,000 votes, at what point do you as legislators, as elected officials of your people, start to raise the question, why are my people not being represented? Why are my voters' votes not counting?
And I said audit, I actually meant adjudicate, my bad. I meant adjudicate.
Yeah. We understood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions? Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate your presentation and all of the work and effort that you've put into this. So thank you so much. I think Mr. Smith had 1 minute, and then we'll wrap it up. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ray Smith, co-counsel for the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Very quickly, as you know, we have a lawsuit pending in Fulton County before the Superior Court here. As you know, the certification, or I should say the certification by the Secretary of State of a margin of 11,700 votes
But yet you heard here earlier testimony of Coffee County and alleging that there were other counties that were forced to certify the results. That margin, as you know, is less than 1%. But yet last week, in this very Capitol building, there was testimony from the Secretary of State through its counsel, Ryan Germany, that they sent letters to 8,000 Georgians, or excuse me, 8,000 voters, not Georgians, 8,000 people who voted illegally on November 3rd and told them not to vote on Tuesday. That's right, 8,000 people told them not to vote for U.S. Senate, in the U.S. Senate race. That's almost 3/4 of the margin of victory of November 3rd. So that almost wipes out that entire margin right there. They also admitted 74 felons voted. So right there, how can they possibly certify that election? They also admitted that the 15,700 NCOA folks were filed. They also admitted that they had a 90% accuracy rate. Well, okay, 90%. What does that leave? That leaves 10%. We had a less than 1% margin. Less than 1% margin, but they're admitting that there's still a 10% margin that's not accurate. So I'm asking you, as this body, this Senate, this House, how can you all as a body stand by that certification? You can't. Thank you.
Senator Beach, you want to say something?
Chairman, I'll be brief because I know we're on a time limit. But, Chairman Ligon, I just want to say thank you. You're on your way out, so are you, Chairman Heath, and y'all are here today serving your last few days and making things happen for your constituents, and I want to thank you. I also want to say that I was just telling Chairman Jones, after 12 hours of testimony, you can't make some of this stuff up. I mean, it's just unbelievable what we've seen in this 12 hours of testimony. I'm embarrassed. It's an embarrassment for our state, and I am more and more convinced now that this was a well-orchestrated, well-coordinated effort by several groups to commit widespread and systemic fraud. And I just want to go through a couple things that I want to observe. One, we had out-of-state people voting. Even Gabe Sterling has admitted that a lady from Maryland used his address to vote in our election. He works for the Secretary of State's office. Number two, we had double voters. We had 1,700 double voters. After the primary, the Secretary of State had a press conference, said he was going to investigate and prosecute over 1,000 people that double voted in the primary. As of December 23rd, there's not been one investigation or one prosecution. We had felons voting, dead people voting. We had the State Farm Arena that we've just talked about with 37,500 ballots being counted with no supervision. And then we had a chain of custody with these drop boxes. And I want to mention this. A lady sent me this from Cobb County, and they're called Dropbox ballot transfer forms. And I've got 4 of them, but I'm just going to go over one. They're over 1,000 ballots total, but this one had 274 ballots. The same 2 people picked them all up. I'm not going to mention their names. They picked them up on 10/22 on this one. They are supposed to then take them directly to the Cobb County Elections Office and get them there that same day. They didn't arrive till 10/25, so they picked them up on 10/22. On 10/25, they go to the county register's office, the election office. Now, that is breaking the chain of custody. Where were these ballots? Were they in the trunk of a car? Were they in the back seat of a car? Were they in somebody's home? The chain of custody was broken. So anyway, Mr. Chairman, I'll end with this. People are mad. People are angry. We saw how angry this one lady that testified from Cobb County was. There's passion. These are real people. These aren't expert witnesses that Mr. Smith hires for court cases. These are our constituents. They're angry and they're mad, and they want us to do the right thing. Just like Mayor Giuliani said, we need to do the right thing, we need to take action, and we need to do something about this fraud. So I would suggest we focus on Fulton County and the State Farm Arena. And I would like to make a motion that we request
Fulton County Board of Elections to make absentee ballots from State Farm Arena from 10:30 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. on election night, available to the Chile Law Group and Mr. Pulitzer to validate if these are legitimate ballots. And I do that in the form of a motion.
Well, we don't really have a formal committee, but we'll. Yes, yes.
Ms. Shealy, I'm Blake Tiller. Can you get just those ballots and make your determination, or do you really need all the ballots cast in the county? I wasn't following you how a subset of those ballots would help with the determination that Mr. Pulitzer was asking about.
We need the absentee ballots that were scanned at State Farm Arena that night between the hours of 11 p.m. on November 3rd and 1 a.m. on November 4th.
You would only need that time set. You wouldn't need the entire thing.
Right.
I was just trying to figure out how you would get by with just that subset.
That's that's only I don't know how many ballots.
The gentleman
that
behind you seems to be thinking that my question, and not to upstage you, but
You're correct, Senator. They would need all the mail-in ballots. That's what we had asked for. That's what the court orders for, to do all the mail-in ballots.
Okay.
We need them all because we can't self-set them.
So,
and we assumed that's what they were doing, was counting all the mail-in ballots at State Farm Arena that night.
Gotcha. Okay. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate Senator Beach. I think that you have to have a motion from the members, correct?
Subcommittee members.
If Senator Beach would allow me, I'd restate his motion as a member of the subcommittee, but widen it to be, our request would be that the Fulton County Board of Elections would make the absentee ballots cast in Fulton County on the November 3rd election, or for the November 3rd election, available for inspection by the Chile Group through the process that Mr. Pulitzer outlined earlier today. Was that restate your motion? Okay.
Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it passes. Okay, well, we will certainly get that a letter out. Let me close up by thanking all of the people who have taken their time, especially those that came to the last meeting and were not able to speak. There were well over 100 people that came and that gave their time and that waited patiently. We just ran out of time. To all of the other people across the state who have sent me affidavits and letters and emails relating all of the irregularity that you have observed, or fraud, or the way that you've been treated hostilely. There have been people that have been barred from observing, that have been belittled, and that have not been treated with the dignity and respect that they deserve as participants in a process that is just the essence of what it means to be an American. I've been thinking of what this would be like. How do you get a proper analogy of this? And I think, what if I walked into my bank and I saw money being treated the way these ballots have been treated? And I went to the teller and I said, I'd like to see what's in my account. And they said, well, we're not going to show you your transactions. And if you ask me again, I'll call the sheriff and have you removed. I would immediately go to the president and demand that they give me my money, because I'd want to take it to somewhere else where I know that they're going to care for it and treat it properly. Then I thought about that more, and I thought, we're talking about something that people see really as more important than money, because the vote determines the type of country or state that you'll live in, how you will live, your future, and in a sense, it embodies everything, all of the God-given rights and liberties that our forefathers enshrined in our founding documents. And people know that and understand that. And I believe that we're seeing that people want to see that right jealously guarded, vigorously defended, and when there's an offense to it, they want to see it aggressively prosecuted, and they want it corrected, and they want it set right. In my opinion, I believe that we should come together as a body to meet and to look into these things and to consider what should be done for this past election, what should be done for the future elections. In that regard, it is my hope that going forward that some of the things that we've uncovered and the recommendations that have been presented in our report will be considered by the next legislature which meets, and that serious steps will be taken to ensure that we never find ourselves in a position like this again, and that we have a system of voting for our elections that we're proud of, that we have confidence in, and then we can vote and we can be satisfied that the results of that election do in fact reflect the will of the people, and then we can move on and just enjoy the tremendous gift that we have in this country. So thank you to all the members who've been here, and I'm gonna adjourn the meeting. So thank you, Mr. Chair.